presentation. So
Sure.
I want to load the other one. I've sent you also by WeTransfer.
Okay, sir, I'm just checking it up.
Check that up.
Yeah.
And I'll be reloading it. So
दूसरे email पे check करना.
Yeah, I'm checking.
Geohazard. Sir, can I request you which email it was sent, sir?
Gmail. Your
Sir,
personal Gmail.
no, sir, I didn't receive. I'm just checking.
WeTransfer. Anyway, allow me to then share it now.
Sir, there is an email ID called Geohazard Lab.
No. Your personal name.
Sir, Nilima.satyam.
d@gmail.com.
Okay. Diva.
वही check कर.
Otherwise, let me load it now. In any case, I'll prefer that. So I can reload it now. Shall I do that?
Sir, sure. Sir, not yet received. Can I request you to send it to the Geohazard Lab if you can?
Yeah, but let me first try to share.
आ गया, sir. Sure.
आ गया?
Download. Sir, आ गया. I'm just downloading. I'm just doing in the other system.
You want me to send it to you?
You only can put it. It's all there. Sir, we received it. It is there.
Yeah, but anyway, let me load it now here.
Recording start कर दो.
Are you able to see it now?
Not yet, sir.
No?
Sir, can we share otherwise if you want to check?
Yeah.
Okay.
Start करेंगे.
Okay, I have to relog 1 minute. I have to some problem here.
So leave and come back.
मैं share नहीं करता.
You just try yourself also. If that is okay. then-
हो गया तो मैं start कर लेंगे.
Okay, fine. So left and this here.
Repeat fine.
It's fine.
कर दो. remove कर दो. Check करेंगे. Link करेंगे.
Sir, we can share it. Sir, we extracted the file.
No, now actually, 1 minute. You will be getting that, I think. Let me share it from this, it will better.
That
I am not getting this.
Sir, no worries, sir. We can share it, and whenever you say next, we'll move it.
Yeah,
That is possible. We just checked it up. So if you want again, I can check it up.
no, I thought that if we can share from this end,
Hmm.
it is better. Let me
Sure.
this time.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. This is Balak.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, you see, my name is given in my wife's name, B. Gomati, because that is a laptop keyword. You can see B. Gomati there. That is me.
You are not clearly audible.
Sir, actually, Balakumar sir is joined, and the name of B. Gomati. So he's saying that.
I see.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dimaji.
Okay, now I got the share screen, so I am sharing it.
Yeah.
And here it is.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, Professor.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, we can see, sir. It's perfectly fine. So, Dr. AP, you are doing it from IGS office.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dimaji.
Yeah. Sir, our secretary is doing from IGS office.
Okay, yes.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Bandari, sir.
Yes, good afternoon. Nice to see you
Yes, sir.
all. Yeah. Okay, so this is all seen by you,
Yeah,
no?
it's fine, it's fine.
Okay, I'll now. And come back to this.
I think IG's secretary has joined. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Bala sir, good afternoon.
Yeah.
So Dr. AP, we have Ritesh from IIT Roorkee.
Yeah.
Have you met anytime? No, I guess.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Ritesh Kumar, huh?
So good.
Next.
Let's see.
I think we have Dr. Anil also, IGS president.
Yeah,
So he is doing from Delhi airport.
I see.
I think before 5-10 minutes he landed.
Yeah,
So
he just-
probably he must be joining. Yeah.
So, sir, actually, it's very early at 8 a.m. in
He
Italy.
is coming to Indore.
No, he is doing online only. He is in Delhi airport now.
I see.
He
All
just
right.
landed from Kochi and then he's doing from airport. So we'll start at
Yeah,
11:15 because I got a request. Hello, good afternoon, Dr. Anil.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Thanks for joining.
Good afternoon, Bandari sir. Yeah.
Hello, good
Good afternoon,
afternoon.
Bandari sir. Good
How
afternoon,
are
sir.
you doing?
Good afternoon, AP Singh.
I
I'm
understand
doing fine,
you
sir.
landed in
Yeah.
Delhi.
Yeah, just landed now, sir.
Yeah, is there any meeting in here?
Yeah, today we have a meeting of Springer in the evening.
Acha.
So that's why we came. Yeah.
And he's doing a lot of travel for IGS.
Yes, he
Dr.
has.
Joseph. Yeah, Dr. Joseph, good afternoon. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
So
Yeah.
we'll start at 1:15. Hope it is okay for all of you. I'm slightly delayed because it is very early morning in Italian side.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Dr. Anil, we have Dr. Ritesh from IIT Roorkee. So
Hello.
he also speaker. I don't know, Ritesh. You are not IGS member, so that's why you are not aware. I think. So Dr. Anil is at present Indian Geotechnical Society National President.
No, actually, I met Anil sir a couple of days back during
Acha.
offshore symposium.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
So
Hello.
Ritesh is in Earth Sciences Department. Earthquake Engineering Department.
Okay.
Sorry.
Earthquake department. Yes.
Hello. Hi, Nirmala. How are you?
Sir, your background is very inspiring.
Hello?
Sir, your background is very inspiring to all of us.
Oh, well, this is my personal library.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. And Ramkrishna Paramhans is behind you.
Yes, and Vivekanand in front of me,
Yeah. Oh,
which you can't see.
all inspiring legends.
And the goddess Saraswati is on left of me.
Yeah. He is on your tongues, na? She is on
Huh?
your tongues. She is on your tongues.
Yeah.
AP, you reached office, IGS office?
Yeah, just managed to reach. It
Okay,
was a
great.
huge traffic all along the route from Noida to Nehru Place.
Yeah, Dr. Shaman, good morning.
Hello, good morning,
Yeah.
everyone.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning,
afternoon
Shaman.
for you, I think.
Okay, so it's good afternoon for us.
Yeah. Good
So
afternoon.
we have our delegates, almost most of them are here. Before everyone joins, we'll take maybe 5-10 minutes more, so to wait for the participants.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, so it's nice. I would like to introduce you with Dr. Bandari sir. He is a pioneer in landslides in the country. So,
Hello.
Great.
sir, Tamil is
Nice to
my
meet you.
Namaste. Namaste from India.
Nice to meet you.
Samuel is a very good friend, and we met in EGU, sir.
Yeah.
Since then, we are in a lot of collaborations. We have research collaborations, and also we initiated a MOU with both the institutions of University of Florence and IIT Indore.
Uh-huh.
So this event is a part of that thing, and my student is also visiting Florence in March for 3 months. So
Yeah.
there is a
Welcome.
mobility also between both the institutions.
You know, there are so many bilateral and multilateral programs. We have Italy, and I think you must take advantage of those programs as well. Try to add strength to your program by drawing upon other programs, which are collateral.
Yes.
Okay.
So IIT Indore also international affairs is very strong. So
Yeah, it would be great to have additional collaboration and opportunities. That's also why we are here this morning, I think, to strengthen our collaborations for the future.
So, and Dr. Chamal, we have a Indian Geotechnical Society. This is our very vibrant society. I'm just trying to inform you. And this is our 75th year. We are celebrating 75th year in this 2023. It has a long history. And we have almost 6,000 members. And the national president is here today. So, Dr. Anil Joseph. And
Yeah, very good morning. Very good
Nice to
morning.
meet you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Good afternoon.
Hello to everyone. Hi, Samuel.
And we also have the IGS secretary, Dr. AP Singh.
Yeah, very good morning, Samuel.
Nice to meet you. And so before we start, I think
the
I may
Professor Georgia is also joined, right?
Yes, I am here.
Oh, hi, hello.
Hi, nice to meet
Good
you.
morning. Yeah, nice to meet you too.
She's the dean of the international affairs for the University of
Yeah.
Florence.
Okay. I think Professor Sylvia also joined.
Yeah, she should join in a few minutes, I think. Okay, let me check the schedule of the day. How many connection do we have? I cannot see anywhere.
Dr. Samuel, I'm making you co-host. So just 1 minute.
Because the thing is, sir,
Hi, Silvia. I see Professor
Morning,
Danise
everybody.
just logged on.
Can you hear me right?
Yeah, okay.
Good.
I think
Hi,
we should
Professor
wait
Silvia.
a few minutes because I guess many others will log in a few minutes. At first, the meeting was scheduled for 9 o'clock Italian time. Then we had to start quarter of hour in advance. I hope everyone should be informed about that.
In any case, we are still early with respect to the 8:45 meeting because it's still 43.
Georgia, if you're trying to speak, you're muted.
Oh, are you sure? You cannot hear me?
We cannot hear you. I don't know why.
So wait, I put
I
the,
don't know because I can hear
I think we can hear you.
Professor Giovanni.
can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah, we do.
that's weird. So something must have happened to the audio of my computer. It keeps doing things which are strange.
I think you're
Hello. Yeah, we have our dean also, Professor Sonwani. Professor Sonwani, good afternoon.
okay, sir. So may I cancel the call, sir? No, it's just- Okay. I think
Professor Sonwani, can you hear us?
Hello, madam. Yeah, I can hear you. Just a minute.
Okay. Yeah. So we have Dr. Samuel here, who was my collaborator from University of Florence. And we have the deans also, Professor Georgia and Professor Sylvia. So Professor Avinash Sonwani is a Dean International from IIT Indore.
Yeah, good morning and good afternoon in India and good morning in Italy.
So Professor Sonwani, in addition to this, we have our eminent speaker, Dr. Bandari sir. He was a former director from CDRI. and expert on landslides. And also we have Indian Geotechnical Society, which is the 75th year of we are celebrating. So I'm doing that with IGS also. So we have Dr. Anil Joseph, who is the national president.
Hello.
So,
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
and secretary and other senior members, practitioners and participants.
Okay.
So Dr. Shamal, can we start? Or do you want me to wait for some more time? Dr.
Sorry,
Shamal?
sorry, I
Sorry,
was
I
muted.
technical glitch, so I joined a little bit late. Sir.
I think
No.
I think we can start. I
Sure.
was in contact also with Professor Moretti, and she told me that he's about to update Zoom. The program had to install an update.
Sure. If you want to wait for
we'll
her,
join in a
we'll
few
wait
minutes.
for. Okay, sure. Then we'll wait for her.
Just a minute, then we can start, I think.
Okay. Okay. So we'll start. So first of all, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Nilima Satyam from Indian side. Along with me, we have Dr. Samuel Chagoni from University of Florence. So this is a joint 2-day workshop on landslide hazards. Basically, we want to discuss on forecasting and monitoring. And this is such an important topic in terms of geohazards in the country, at least like in both the countries. So I first of all thank all the officials from or the deans from the University of Florence and also our Dean International, Dr. Avinash Sonwani, for all the support. Especially this has been institute collaboration. This is how we started with both the institutions, and we have been working for it some time with respect to the collaborative research, and we have collaborative publications and mobility of our students also, where student is traveling to Florence and they are supporting for that. So we have a very active international program, which Dr. Sonwane will explain in brief. So before that, I would like to start this inaugural session very briefly. It is a very short inaugural. First of all, I thank all the participants and the speakers for kindly joining. In addition to that, we have Indian Geotechnical Society. So I thank the society president, secretary, and other EC members also for supporting this event. And we also have participants from industry. In addition to that, we got sponsors from industry, especially Garver Technical Fiber India and also Terami. So we have participants from their side as well. They're also doing extensive work in the country. So with this brief note, I would like to request Dr. Samuel to start.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, for the Italians, and good afternoon for the Indians. And I would like to welcome all of you. Thank you for joining this joint workshop. As Professor Satyam said, it's a quite long collaboration between us, papers, joint research, also session at international congresses. I remind you the joint session about early warning system we are organizing at the next World Landslide Forum, which will be held in Florence. There will be time to advertise this session and also this important meeting in the next hours. And again, I would like to thank you everyone for joining us. I see there are a lot of a very wide public, including professionals, academics, and also a lot of PhD students. And so I think today it will be a good day to exchange ideas, to fertilize each other, our minds, exchanging ideas and approaches. And I'm sure something good will come up from this meeting. With that said, I would like to leave the floor to Professor Giorgia Giovannetti from the University of Florence. She is the Dean of International Affairs of our university. So I asked her to join us and to have a brief welcome address to everybody. I don't know if Giorgia is connected.
Yeah, I'm connected. Can you hear me now? Because before you could not.
well.
So I'm Georgia. I'm actually the Vice President for International Relations of the university. And in this, as a Vice President, I'm really happy to welcome, especially our Indian friends, to this workshop, even on behalf of the President of the University, Professor Alessandra Petrucci. I believe that the topic of the workshop is of the utmost importance, and the cooperation between the University of Florence and the Indian Institute of Technology in this field is most welcome. I am convinced that the different skills and experiences of our two universities can bring a lot to improve a common knowledge of this phenomena. Italy and India share a huge problem with landslide. In Italy, we have a huge number, over 600,000, which are mapped. And in India, you have even more, but less than 1%, i.e. less than 1,000 in Italy, are monitored with regularity. And unluckily, very often we see the results of the lack of monitoring. India has an even higher number than Italy, and even a lower number of them are monitored. So if we don't carefully monitor the landslide, we incur in very high risk. And these high risks have very important also economic and social consequences, which are a little bit disregarded in the workshop. I'm going to say something in a minute, but I think are also important. Furthermore, the risks are increasing because of climate change, but especially because of a very irresponsible land management. I think that the agreement that we have between the University of Florence and the Indian Institute of Technology, it's actually a very good way of showing the collaboration on the development of methodologies, on the development on a very different field, I think, which are very useful for PhD students, but also for researchers and master students. And I think that for what I could see, I'm not an expert at all, even though I've been behind, for instance, the Master on Geoengineering, which was provided by the University of Florence with the engineer and the people of the Department of Earth Science. I think that the developed technologies also can be applied in different fields. For instance, in our case, it's applied a lot for civil protection. It's applied a lot for local communities by the Indian partners. So there are basically common scopes, but different use of the technology we develop together, and both of them are really important. What I think, and really I'm sure about that, is that we need to know more about this phenomena, especially under condition of uncertainty. The uncertainty changes completely. All the decisions of the agents are different if there is a condition of uncertainty. So this workshop, from what I can see, helps in understanding. So it deals with a lot of issues which are related to landslides from different viewpoints, even though right enough from the title that I could see, mainly the point of view is the one of scientists, of hard scientists. I think that the research to mitigate the risk is really core, and a lot of money should be put into it by central government and regional government. The workshop is also a moment to give visibility, you already mentioned, not only to the result obtained, but also to the PhD program that you're doing. So for young researcher is a way to learn a methodology, is a way to be aware of the results which have been reached. I think is also a way to start possibly new collaboration. And here I put my proposal. I'm an economist, and I would like to add something that from the program of the workshop is missing. So I'm proposing myself, I mean, a group of economists as also next participant of a workshop, because it's absolutely important also to have the economic analysis of the benefit of monitoring and the benefit of early warning from an economic and social point of view. In other words, I propose to increase our collaboration, enlarge our collaboration, but I think that the result of this collaboration that you have are already great and welcome.
Thank you so much, Professor Georgia. So we have Dr. Avinash Sonwani, who is a Dean International Affairs of IIT Indore, just to speak a few words.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Nidima. Esteemed speakers, participants, students, and my faculty colleagues. So it gives me a great pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to this workshop on this landslide, this hazard. So first of all, I would like to give compliments to the coordinators from both the sides for organizing this very important event, which like Professor Georgia has mentioned that is very important for both the countries, India and Italy. So currently, IIT Indore has several MOUs with these universities from Italy. But as you know, like we look at this Italy as a very strategic partner with IIT Indore. So we are looking forward to increase or promote various activities between the Italian institutes and IIT Indore, which will basically promote the exchange of faculties and students. And also we are looking forward to start some new programs with various universities from the Italy. So IIT Indore is working very progressively towards increasing its footprint particularly in the European countries, and to promote such activities, our institute has launched several programs. I think that is like very important to know that will like basically promote the mobility of students and faculties from both the sides. So in order to promote this collaboration, our institute has started several short-term research programs that basically supports the visit of foreign PhD students to our institute. So here the idea is that the faculties, they can like submit some grants, they can develop some joint these PhD programs, and through these fellowship schemes, we can support the PhD students from both the sides. Like we can go and visit and work there for 3 months, and we can like provide their financial support, which will cover their travel and living expenses. Similarly, we also started to promote these collaborations between the young faculties. We also started this global learning program that basically facilitates the collaboration between the young faculties and promotes their visit in partner institutes. So there are various programs. Maybe I can share these details with Professor Nilima, and she can share these like details with partners. So we are really looking forward to host a few students, faculties from Italy to our campus, so that like we can have this exchange of knowledge. And in fact, like this current our funding agencies, they look Italy as a very important research partner. So there are various bilateral programs are floated by our various funding agencies that basically promotes the bilateral cooperation between India and Italy. So I will not take much time about the topic. As I say, like it's very important like topic for both the countries. And I was just reading some like news recently that like in Italy also, some 2-3 months back, some big landslide has happened in one island. And similarly in India, like if you go to the Himalayas and northeast and northwestern part of India, this landslide is a big problem. And we know that like there are various reasons for the landslide, like deforestation, rainfall, urbanization. So I'm sure that like these speakers, they will discuss these points, and there will be a lot of deliberations will happen that like because this many new technologies are coming up, which like gives warning that what is going to happen in future. So I think it's a good platform for the students to learn these new technologies and to get to it. So with these short notes, I once again welcome you all to this workshop, and I wish a very great success in next 2 days. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. before introducing the next one, I would like to stress something that both Professor Giorgia Giovannetti and Professor Avinash Sonawane told, that there is a big need of collaboration and joint work between different countries, but also between different disciplines. It's quite stupid to study a landslide risk without involving also economists. In Georgia, this is something we are trying to do. I'm working with some of the researchers from your department to improving the knowledge and analysis of landslide risk. It's not so easy because we speak different languages, but this stresses that there is need to improve the joint collaboration. So I think I centered the point of your talk. And about joint opportunities between Italy, India, I think something more could be said by the next host, which is Professor Silvia Daniz, the delegate of the Department of Earth Sciences for International Affairs. Please, Silvia, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody, and thanks for inviting me to this to the start of this workshop, for this international workshop. As delegate of the International Affairs of the Earth Science Department, I'm extremely glad to welcome this initiative that see the participation of many early career scientists, but not only. I've seen there are many professionals too. And I see how it is an opportunity to continue to put into practice, I would say, to seal somehow our international agreement. For our department, having an agreement with the Indian Institute of Technology is important, and I would just mention 3 reasons. And I would say that some of the topics I'm touching now have somehow touched by the other speakers, and of course because we are all touching many relevant points. So what I would say is first is that it is our policy to foster collaboration with international institutions. The reciprocal exchange of teaching staff, and especially of young researchers and students, is pivotal to train new generations of scientists that will be more open to the contamination of foreign cultures. And as a direct consequence, will be prone to critically exchange knowledge and technologies. And this is very important to be able to develop new research strategies, not just in this topic, in every topic. The second point is important to me, and as I said, has already somehow touched by previous speakers, and is that cooperation between our 2 institutions, which is focused on forecasting and monitoring landslide hazard, comes in a crucial moment in the history of our planet. I say something about myself. I'm a paleontologist. And because of that, I'm particularly sensible to topics related to climate and environmental change. I don't work on modern environmental change, but I'm used to analyzing past trends in climate and environmental change in the history of the Earth, and understanding how the Earth system as a whole reacted to these problems. And unfortunately, I have to say, our countries, Italy and India, are both in the eye of the storm at the moment. We both experience extreme weather events in the very recent years, with rains, floods, droughts, and also heat waves, which are big problems. And all these events are becoming less and less predictable. And the other important point is that we are also a young country. Young countries, I'm speaking under a geological point of view, as our main mountain belts, which are part of the Alpine Himalayan orogenic belt, starting to form only, as a geologist, I would say only 50 million years ago. What does it mean? It means that we have the highest elevation on the Earth compared to other countries. And what it means: beautiful landscapes, glaciers, tourism, but also we have, as a consequence, highest environmental hazards compared to our country and to other countries. So this cooperation and share of knowledge is fundamental to better face together future scenarios. And now I go to my third point, which is also my last point, and which is about hoping that this is not just the start of cooperation in landslide hazard, but as touched before, that this can be the starting point for opening the cooperation between our institutions, also in other topics, maybe in other fields of the geoscience, but also as proposed by Professor Giovannetti, also in economy, which is very important. And of course, we foster the exchange of PhD students and staff, and I know that this has already started, but we would like to improve and enhance also this exchange. So this is my role for the department. I'm here to help and offer my support for future developments of our collaboration. And with that, I have finished, and I wish you a fruitful workshop for now.
Thank you so much, Professor Sylvia. And so your support, I think it's been there since we started our MOU. Yeah, so thank you so much. So as we said, like, we are also doing one session in the coming landslide, World Landslide Forum, me and Dr. Samuel. So they will, like, continuous activities are going on since that MOU that we have been initiated between the institutions. So with that, thanks again. So now I would like to request our Indian Geotechnical Society President, Dr. Anil Joseph, to say a few words.
Yeah. Good morning, the team from Italy, and good afternoon, the team from India. Indeed, I would like to congratulate Nilima Satyam and Professor Samuel for coming up with a very important topic of landslide forecasting hazard mitigation, because every year we have a lot of lives being lost due to this. And especially I am coming from south of India, there also we lost every season 300 to 400 lives, because being a densely populated area, the casualties are much higher in those areas. And especially our Himalayas, since it's a new belt, it's moving on for
Connection lost.
Dr. Anil is in airport. He just landed and he's doing that. So maybe some internet issue. So we'll wait for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So maybe while we wait him to get a better connection, I can leave the floor to the next Italian
sure.
host, maybe.
Sure.
We can maybe save a few minutes from the schedule.
Sure.
So I will introduce Professor Sandro Moretti from my department. He's a geomorphologist, and I asked him to take a short welcome note because he is the coordinator of the PhD School of Earth and Planetary Sciences, which is organized by our department. So I don't know if Sandro is online.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Okay,
Please.
Thank you, Samuele. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, also on behalf of the director of our Department of Earth Science, and of course, I am a vice director of this. And as Samuele told you, a coordinator of the PhD in Earth and Planetary Science, I am particularly glad to meet you in this workshop group. The topic of this workshop is particularly interesting for us. We have more than 20 years of experience and activity on this topic. And I think we can also say that our university is the unique university that has a center for civil protection and studying in this particular topic of your workshop. So this is a sort of medals for us in Italy. Anyhow, the collaboration between our two countries is extremely important for the geological and geomorphological situations that are often common in relation to landslides and their triggering occurrence, as it's already mentioned on this. Our experience is, as I told you, is strong, and I am sure that each party will provide research impulses and related applications with the collaboration that is achieved up to now. And I hope to, as the other speakers, glad to be for the future. Unfortunately, I have another institutional meeting in 2 or 3 minutes, so I do not am able to follow you on this meeting, but all my colleagues will inform me to your work. So for this, I am very short, and I will wish you a good work and profitable activities, research activity. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Sandro. Since Anil has some internet issues, so I'd like to request Dr. A.P. Singh, Honorary Secretary of Indian Geotechnical Society, so to take on behalf of Dr. Anil.
Yeah. Good afternoon to India and good morning to Italy. And very nice presence of all the stalwarts of the forum on the subject.
I think Anil
And
joined.
it's my, Anil, I think Anil connection has restored. So,
Is he there, right?
I don't know.
Okay, you continue, please.
Yeah, so it's my privilege to express my sincere thanks and gratitude on behalf of Indian Geotechnical Society for all the stalwarts present on the dais. And I personally congratulate Dr. Nilima Satyam and Dr. Samuel Segoni, the course coordinators from 2 great nations, India and Italy, for initiating this workshop on landslide hazard forecasting, monitoring, and early warning. This is the requirement of the time as well as the need just to be updated on landslide hazard assessment. I also thank to Deans of International Affairs and Outreach, Professor Avinash Sonawane of IIT Indore and Professor Georgia Unify Italy for international support provided for this organizing this event. I also thank to Dr. Sylvia for her encouraging words and expressing her, sharing her experience on the topic, on the economics. Thanks to Professor Sandro Moretti for his knowledge sharing and experience sharing. I thank to IGS President, Dr. Anil Joseph, for
I
his
think
most
he's here.
presence. I think he is connected. No.
Yeah, he got connected. Dr.
Some
Anil,
problem is there, I think. Yeah. So
I can see him.
my thanks to all participants for this workshop and wish a great success of this event. I congratulate to Mr. Kunal and other research team of Dr. Nilima Satyam for providing all support, hard support required to organize this event. Hope all the participants will be enriched with this very useful take-home technical knowledge and after the completion of this workshop. Thank you one and all and wish a grand success of this workshop.
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. AP. Dr. Anil, are you there? Okay, so I actually there were some internet issues. We are very sorry, but Indian Geotechnical Society is celebrating 75th year. So we have a very vibrant society, and so this event is in association with IGS as well. As a part of National Executive Committee member, so I feel very privileged to be associated with this society. And Dr. Anil could not connect, I think. So on behalf of him, I just took this privilege. Dr. Samuel, over to you.
Yeah. Happy birthday to the Geotechnical Society of India, first of all.
Yeah, thank you.
75th.
75th.
Yeah.
Indian Geotechnical Society has completed 75 years, and now it is in the 76th.
You look
year.
younger.
Oh, thank you. Thank
you. Jokes, besides jokes, no, I would like to thank all of you, and in particular the Italian who took part to this welcome opening ceremony because they had a very busy schedule, and so I officially let them free to go, because I know Professor Danise Moretti and Giovannetti have other meetings and other commitments for this morning. So if you want, you can disconnect, and I will keep you posted about the outcomes of this workshop. And so, Nilima, please, if you want to.
So we are recording all the lectures.
I think am I audible now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Anil.
Welcome back.
So sorry that I got disconnected in between. I was stuck in the airport, so I was not able to have a good connection. But once again, I congratulate both the team from India and Italy for doing a wonderful thing and a very relevant topic, which is vital for both the nation, and that can save a lot of life. All the very best for the program, and Nilima and Samuel, all the very best. And we have our respect. R.K. Bandari sir talking to that, and we are very happy that such a great visionary and a power pack of knowledge in the area of landslides will be sharing his experience. And I request all the participants to make use of this good opportunity, and together let us try to have a safer areas and to prevent and forecast the landslides in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anil. And just for information, so we are recording all the lectures by all the speakers from both the countries, and it will be uploaded in our YouTube, this is Society YouTube channel. So we are going to upload there also. So I'll share the link with all the participants for your information. So with that, we close our inaugural session. So I sincerely thank everyone, all the Indian and the Italian team for all the support and all the participants. So now we are starting our first lecture. So I think it's my privilege to introduce our first speaker, Dr. R.K. Bandari. R.K. Bandari sir is among the pioneers in India who laid the foundation of scientific studies on geohazards in general and landslides in specific. And he established India's first laboratory on landslide studies at CSIR, Central Building Research Institute, and 3 other centers. He also conducted studies on disasters in India. He deployed latest technologies on ground penetrating radar, geotechnical digital system, vibrating wire piezometers, laser particle analyzer, pile drive analyzer, and many more equipments in that lab. It is the first lab with his vision. And he worked extensively on, especially on investigation, instrumentation, monitoring, risk analysis of landslides, and pace setting examples. So demonstrated organic connection between scientific investigations and engineering interventions for disaster resilient human habitat and highways. His other contributions, he contributed extensively to the country, especially to the scientific community, and mentoring many of us. So is a first global example of permanently fixing a major landslide by deep mountain drainage through directional drilling. The first globally accepted explanation of undrained loading triggered landslides, and the first landslide hazard atlas of the country published by Building Materials and Technology Promotion Council, BMTPC. His advocacy for National Disaster Knowledge Network became part of the recommendations of the high-powered committee in October 2001 in India, and he also a recipient of Indian National Academy of Engineering Forum to deliver a set of actionable recommendations on landslide disaster mitigation. He has also written books on popularization of disaster education for students. This is just a brief bio. In addition to that, he has been like a mentor for many of us. So, sir, thank you so much for accepting to deliver the first lecture. And sir, it's to you.
Am I visible and audible to everybody?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. In that case, let me straight away begin sharing this screen. Are you able to see this?
Yes, sir, we can see. Just kindly make it full screen, sir.
Yeah, I will. Well, don't mind this got little bit displaced. Yeah, so first of all, my greetings to distinguished delegates from both sides. I actually have a very intimate connection with Italy in terms of understanding of landslides as a student at the Imperial College London. And my professor, Professor J.N. Hutchinson, spent long years and frequent visits to Italy. When I was with the UN, I had Italian colleagues where we also worked together. So I think I find that this is a very happy moment for me to greet my Italian colleagues. Now, today, I'm going to talk about a critique on approaches to instrumentation, monitoring, prediction, and early warning against landslides. But the difference is that I will give a focus on a multi-hazard context. Why I am doing this is simply because early warning against landslide is our foremost concern. Why this is only in India? Every developing country has got ambitious development agenda, and real life problems that faces this country right today are the roads, railways, ports, harbors, power stations, bridges. All of these are coming in the fragile ecosystem. There are challenges of understanding risk due to landslides, how to save lives, protect infrastructure, ensure sustainable development, and secure total safety. So you can well imagine the kind of challenge we face. Now, here is a bird's eye view of some of the projects that are world-class projects right now going on in India. And many of these are different stages of development and completion. Each one of them, if you look at this, you'll find that there are very, very challenging problems of landslides, and the safety is the paramount consideration. So that is why I say that the subject that you have chosen is really of very, very high importance. Now, landslide hazards in multi-hazard context. One will have to have a holistic perception and a very wide perspective. I'm afraid right now, what I see the global scenario, and I have discussed this in the Joint Technical Committee on landslides as well, is that we have to really do something differently in order to measure up to our responsibility. We have to have a holistic perception. We have to have a wider perspective. And we have to see a romance between various types of hazards. You know, at the same fragile site, you have earthquakes, landslides, avalanches, floods, and all that. We cannot see them only with the separate lenses. We have to see them together and relate early warning to fulfill the basic commitments. Not early warning for its own sake, but to integrate multi-hazard disaster mitigation with development planning. So you have to have that kind of a objective. Otherwise, your studies would remain isolated studies, and it would be a big task for others to make meaning out of them. We also have to have a paradigm shift to the culture of response. And that is where we have to have preparedness, prevention, and early warning. So that is, again, very important here. Early warning also to promote the culture of safety against multiple hazards, because we don't have the new infrastructure only. Old infrastructure is also under distress. And therefore, the very concept of early warning would be a big boost to the culture of safety. What should we be fully informed about? If we have to do all that, It involves that we have to have the understanding of hazard, vulnerability, and risk in every situation. You can't be alerting people for early warning people unless you are very familiar with the hazard, vulnerability, and risk scenario of that particular place. We talk of regional scale, local scale, that's another matter. Current status and emerging trends. You know, every site situation has current status. Very often we are in a hurry and we forget to go into the history of it. When we find the history and the kind of investments in research and development that has been done, the kind of publications that has come, they will please you the most and will give you an impetus to your work. So, and the emerging trends, that is where these partnerships, global partnerships come in. Heightened concerns, we must know, which are they? We must know what is vital, what is essential, and what is desirable. Very often there's a mix of this in our mind. So what are the contentious issues? And those issues will be known to us if we learn to ask inconvenient questions. We also have to have the challenges of multi-hazard risk resilience and then find the way forward and come out with actionable recommendations. So I would say that what is the context? That must be important because the content will be decided by the context. And that is where we say prediction, forecasting, early warning. And for sustainable development, environmental protection, multi-hazard, and risk measurement. So here, if you see the whole picture, I have put question marks there. Prediction. Most of us talk about these terms. I'll come to in a minute. But do we really understand? What are we predicting? For whom are we predicting? How certain are we with our predictions? Are they reflect the reality on the ground? What are the thresholds that we have decided on the basis of which we are estimating risk? What are the elements at risk? All these things, when we come to know, then it leads us to sound engineering. So I take some typical problems, Indian problems. Now, this is a multi-hazard situation of paramount concern. Just one of these. There are many, many things. Now, in this slide, you will see there's a landslide, old one, 50 years old, very steep slopes, very large areas. It involves the safety of townships, of the traveling public at multiple roads. It is faced with landslides, floods, seismic zone it is, and extreme weather events. So if you were to do early warning in a situation like this, you cannot just take one of the factors and start doing it. So credibility of rain-directed warning systems in such cases have come to a big challenge, and we have to be very cautious about it. Then comes the question that there are natural hazards. There was a time when landslides occurred in the pristine land, and we didn't have much of worry about. Most of the factors were natural factors. But then our developmental programs brought in a lot of human activity. There was a violence against environment and nature, and therefore we ended up with man-made disasters. And there's a curious mix of natural and man-made disasters. So therefore, the kind of early warning systems we can think of in a landslide in the pristine slope somewhere up in the mountains is not quite the same as the early warning that you are going to plan, where disasters are no longer natural disasters. And there also early warning has to be tuned to the kind of consequences that you have if there is any disaster that takes place. Now, I introduced to you a problem. This is a picture, a cross-section of a highway which is under construction in India. And you will see that we are concerned about early warning people because there are deaths every time. Now, there are so many complexities here. You find that enormous amount of mountain which is to be excavated to widen, provide wide roads. Now, it means that there's a humongous stress relief, and you know what dilatancy means in terms of slope stability. Then, when you have multi-tier roads, it interferes with the catchment drainage. So you know a road construction would involve change in the catchment hydrology completely. Moreover this, then there are townships up there. There are other development structures transmission line towers, and so on. And these are also get threatened. So when we talk in terms of early warning in such cases, not early warning against collapse of a landslide or a building or a failure of a slope, but is a kind of complex situation where early warning against this failure of the infrastructure as such would be have to be seen. Now, which means that in order to familiarize with hazard, in this country, we had actually thought of having hazard mapping for many, many years. I think decades, this hazard mapping is going on. We are still struggling to unify the methodology, standardize the procedures, talk about terminology, classification system, and also the risk indicators. So all these are evolving process. Now, I have often questioned my own colleagues on the way they go about hazard mapping. I have been doing this since 1990 or even earlier, 87, and familiar with all the kind of developments going on across the globe. I can tell you that there's a lot to be achieved by bilateral understanding on these matters, so that we have a common language. What I talk about hazard or terminology I use or the classification, it must be understood by or what risk scales are we talking about. There should be a common understanding of those things. So with that one, as Nilima said, that I came out with this Atlas of India, Landslide Hazard Atlas, with the way back in 2003. And this was based on the procedures developed during mapping of central highlands of Sri Lanka when I was with the United Nations. Now, what I find is that these are small scale maps. Now, when you talk about early warning and all that, and when you show your concern about the safety of infrastructure, in location specific situations, they are hardly of any use. Now, after 2003, we had in this country, I've listed, I won't go through it for shortage of time, but you will have this access to this, that we have several atlases produced. There are maps at different scales using different methodologies by different institutions. And therefore, you have your own way you can interpret those. Sometimes you might find a lot of clarity in what has been stated. Sometimes there will be a lot of confusion. So what we have to say here, one sentence of this, we need to have insights into reading the information which is already available, whether it's in India or in Italy. We have to see the future cost of the decisions we take to rely on the knowledge products which are available. I know that in the Indo-Italian meeting that we had organized by Department of Science and Technology, and a few years ago, I raised the very issue because Italy has got a good example of data storage and retrieval. And I think knowledge network is the concept we also have in this country. So we have to see as to how we can decide on the credibility or otherwise of the data that we have. It's not merely that it comes from renowned people or renowned institutions. It must have the credibility of validation by a peer review. Now, which is why I put this to inform my Italian colleagues that over the period of years, you will see number of institutions are involved, number of interactions have taken place. You see DJ Vance, who started this in 1978, then Robin Fell, John Hutchinson, all those people were international and national cooperation, because at one time I was looking after these cooperation programs. So I just try to put it here to tell you that this is only a continuation of the kind of cooperation that is going on between two countries. Now, the question in terms of early warning is that we should be very clear that about things that matter. And what should we focus on? We should also be very clear that information is not knowledge. This is very, very important. Please don't underestimate my statement on this, because I have a flood of information, but what are the facts? That all matters. And therefore, once you have this data, you will meet with uncertainties. Now, how to overcome uncertainties, which would need evidence-based investigations, and small-scale hazard maps are therefore of very, very limited use. Let me conclude that on part. Now comes the question of prediction and forecast. They are synonymous terms, people interchangeably use them. Many, even professionals don't appreciate what is the difference between them. Prediction, when we talk about, is a binary statement, yes or no, a single outcome. And then when you predict this, you have to, your onus is on you to say, for example, you are predicting earthquake, what is the location, magnitude, and so on and so forth. Forecast, on the other hand, is a range of possible outcomes in terms of probability of occurrence. Such forecasts are based on the projection of past in the future. Now, the exception you see these days is weather forecasts, which are very, very precise in this country, as in other countries as well. And they are based on real-time monitoring, and therefore we have a huge faith in them. And for example, forecasting of tornadoes and all that has become very easy. Cyclones we predict with precision, but the same thing cannot be said about landslides. Therefore, you have to really make a distinction between prediction of other disasters and landslides using too much reliance on the weather only. So then, what are the perspectives and obligations? One is the global perspective, another is the local one. Now, you have to have, devil lies in the detail. So you know everything, what is global perspective, local perspective, complexities, when, how. On the left-hand side, you will see types of landslides, you will know why you are doing this, objective we have discussed already. Then comes the question that how do you define risk? That means the vulnerability comes in, elements at risk comes in, how precisely you know about vulnerabilities and risk. There are various kinds of vulnerabilities, so devil lies in detail. And all this, I think, is a prerequisite to a healthy early warning system. So here I have said that as though the matter was not already very complicated, you have a very large number of possibilities. You have creep, slow movements of slopes, you have simple failures, you have spectacular failures, frozen ground phenomena, rotational slides, flow slides, subaqueous slides, and so on and so forth. I don't have to tell this enlightened gathering. You have all this. But then what we have been talking about very little is that what is the contribution of human violence, and what is the contribution that we would see when we talk in terms of bewildering variety of other mass movements to create a multi-hazard ecosystem. So early warning, again, now that I'm coming to the important challenges. When we talk about early warnings, we seem to be only talking about triggers like earthquake, flash floods, extreme weather events, Gulf, anthropogenic factors, etc. And we may have advanced this into river blockades that cause landslides, which in turn cause damming of the rivers, cause floods and destroy buildings, etc. But what significantly I like to highlight is that when we talk in terms of early warning, we have to be absolutely certain what we are talking about. Are we talking about prediction or early warning against first-time slides? Are we talking about old and dormant landslides which might get activated? Are we talking about the active, repetitive kind of slides which are taking place year after year and we have not nothing about this? So all these are very important, and which is why I say that we have to have the concept of multi-hazard. We have to also where everybody feels the elephant in their own way and they are unable to define it. So let's say we talk about simple, the first time slides. Now, if you have to early warn or predict, this is relatively easy, follows the textbook prescriptions. You might actually monitor, define the mechanism, observe the kind of cracks which develop and the ground displacements. You see if it's a rotational slide, there's a back tilting of slip masses at the crown of the slide. There's a heave at the toe of the slide, you know, the famous pattern of cracks, etc. And you also know by and large that all that you have to do is to investigate, find discrete boundary shears, find the shear strength operating on that, find the piezometric pressures and all that, and then you try to predict the an early one against the first time slice. So this is something which is easily understandable. Now comes the reactivation of dormant slides. You know, I mean, we can't plug everything and say that we are predicting landslides or forecasting landslides. We have to be vigilant about the fact that we are talking about reactivation of dormant landslides. Now, reactivation is once, twice, thrice. You see the examples here. I know of the landslides in this country, and our Italian friends should go and visit them, that from 1960, 57, 63, 67, these are the years that I studied them. But even today, you will find that many of the landslides are still existent. So if you are saying that I'm going to early warn people, I mean, we have been early warning this since 1957 and not much has happened. So this is where we have to be very clear about what we are trying to say. Now, early warning, here is a famous case, kilometer 147 on Kedarnath Badrinath Road. This is called Kalyasur slide. Now, I have put this in 1920 onwards, multiple failures have taken place here. And still there is a need to early warn because we have not done anything substantial to fix it. But these early warning indicators are not going to be single value indicators because this slope has been seeing rainfall, very heavy rainfalls, even in the past. And therefore, any indicator that you have on or tinker with the thresholds is not going to do much thing. And the answer to this is you see in 1921, and this is the other one you see is 2017 or 18, I think, on the right-hand side. So you see the contrast. The same slide is developing in dimensions. Then comes the question that in many of these areas where on the regional scale we are early warning people, there are already signs. You know, I mean, you don't have to have instrumentation, monitoring, and analysis of data and all that. You visibly see that there are problems on the highways and other locations. So that is where I say the stitch in time. So as a overall part of early warning mechanism, there has to be mapping of such of those areas or sites where there are visible set of problems and where stitch in time can solve the problem rather than waiting for rain or earthquake to bring down the tragedy. Similarly, these are the cases now. You will see each one of these. Now, if in those areas we are going sophisticated studies on early warning, I don't think they make sense because there's already known that we have created situations where nothing can save these slopes. And therefore, rather than wasting on instrumentation, monitoring, and creating this kind of time delays, we have to look at location-specific situations, see that how we can save the bridges, buildings, and all that. And it is early warning against failure of those structures that becomes important and not the early warning on the regional scale. And then, of course, to make the matters worse, we have the writing on the wall that landslide frequency will going to increase. We already have examples of this, climate change, rapid pace of development, making early warning yet more difficult because these are factors you no longer can ignore. Earthquake may be familiar to us, rainfall and flood are familiar, but if we are not familiar with climate change or development activities, we have got to do that now. So here, summarizing, I put it here that we have prediction, forecasting, biology, probability considerations. Then on the right-hand side, you see the causative factors, global early warning, local scale early warning, single hazard, multiple hazards. So this is a summary of what I have stated. Then comes a bewildering variety of landslides, and they have different consequences. So if you are thinking in terms of early warning, the instrumentation you talk about, monitoring, you have to have entirely different strategy. There is no single jacket that fits all sizes, you know. So that is where familiarity with the kind of problems, and that is where the landslide hazard maps at large scale, 1 in 10,000, 5,000 scale, or even 1,000 scale maps become very, very important. Now, this is one thing which I would like to emphasize a great deal. I'm very sorry to say that, and this is nothing peculiar to the Indian practice. Over the places I have visited, worked in many countries. Right now, because of the pressure of development and the speed at which the development is going on, people hardly have any time for doing anything by way of systematic investigation. I'm old timer, you see my gray hair, and I have been born and brought up in an atmosphere where unless a problem is understood, I don't think that even mind works to find solutions to the problem. So geotechnical characterization of slopes, chain of causative factors, understanding of landslide mechanism. Huge investment must go into this sector. It's like a wing of a bird. But what is happening is that we have field evidence-based instrumentation. We do monitoring, we have the mechanism, and then we make use of modern technology, sensors, etc., to think that we understand the problem. But I think this is only, I can say that, can the bird of early warning fly with only one wing while ignoring the landslide mechanism? So mechanism is important, how the landslides are going to take place, what is the past history of it, and so on and so forth. Merely taking that for granted and using sensors and measuring rainfall and movements and having thresholds on that basis, I think that would be a flawed approach. So I have said already that I will only say that evidence-based, in-depth, multidisciplinary scientific investigation is necessary. Identification and understanding of all natural and non-natural causative factors, understanding of different possible modes of failure, instrumentation and monitoring, and credible environment-friendly options for prevention and control. All this, if we see in a particular way, and for that, the geotechnical engineers have to forget, therefore, that it is their monopoly, they can handle it. Same thing with geologists. I think it's a multidisciplinary team. So be that investigation, analysis, control measures, early warning, in every situation, we have to think in terms of a multidisciplinary team. And now coming to landslide specific, when we talk in terms of early warning, we must realize that we are talking about imperceptibly low rates of movement, like in creep or lahars or rapid motion flows, like volcanic eruptions and all that. And they are all in the category of landslides and mass movements. So landslides are of various types, shades, colors, sizes, speeds, and ages. And therefore, the instrumentation and monitoring is not something that you can decide and do that. It has to be tailor-made to a situation. So I have given some examples of spectacular movements. In fact, ICL discusses that every now and then. There are numbers of publications where you talk about 35 meters per second, 24 meters per second, 52 meters per second, that kind of rapid motion movements in one case. And then you talk about imperceptible rate like 10 millimeters in 10 years or something like that, which is a contrast. Again, we have to realize that engineers, they don't forget that they are not the first ones to be studying the problems. It has been studied by better brains and maybe bigger brains in larger numbers in the past, because they were very much more conscientious and they were more using, and you see that there are a number of shapes. There are actual, my student had plotted these actual landslides, different shapes. Then they have different length to width ratios, depth. So all this knowledge leads to something of understanding of spectacles and run. When we talk about early warning, and if it's rapid motion movement, then run-out effects become very important. It's not that initiation of landslide and you are happy about early warning or forecasting. How far the material is going to move and destroy this. So I'm saying that this also should form part of early warning this. About landslide inventories, I mean, this has become a fashion, which I am not a student of, is the making landslide inventories, and there are a number of databases on these. Now, I always ask my students that they go and count the landslides and so many landslides per square meter or kilometer. Then I give them an example that count the number of drops. And then they start asking me what questions, the size of the drops and so on. So it is something to be taken very seriously about that. And we have to have the previous history, different types, causative factors, complex mechanism, different shapes and sizes, different width to depth ratios. We study, then we can get some kind of a feel of how engineering judgment is going to play out in the field. Variable speeds, piezometric variability. Nobody talks about it. When we talk about rainfall, after all, rainfall affects the slope by developing hydrostatic pressures, excess hydrostatic pressures on the discrete boundary shears, which brings about the movement. So why do we not forget? Why do we forget geotechnical engineering when analyzing this? Similarly, cascading of disasters and time-dependent slope behavior. I will save some time by skipping some of these. You can have this is also, I will skip because this shows map of India with the multiple hazards, and each one, they might look like earthquakes and so on, but each one brings many, many landslides. We have the problem of coastal landslides and all. So let me also make, now here is a larger scale. You see the areas where we are having enormous problems of landslides. They have been the home of disasters in the past. Now you don't see, you see this on the map, but when you go there, you won't see what had happened in 1803 and 1816. So my very strong push has been that whenever we look at the area, we must not forget it is a history, and then that history has a profound effect on the kind of early warning signals that you are going to give. So I come then to final this thing that the last straw that breaks the camel's back. This is what Professor Bishop used to say, that sometimes, you know, there are multiple factors, and what we see, rainfall comes in the end and then creates a problem, and then we attribute that this has taken place because of landslide. It becomes a landslide in, rainfall-induced landslide. If an earthquake were a trigger, it becomes earthquake-induced landslide. If something else happens, a flood-induced landslide. So we have to take this into account, and we cannot therefore ignore the chain of factors and rely only on the last factor. There are so many papers, etc. I don't want to go into this alert. I don't want to go. Yes. The other thing is that when we talk about first-time slides, I want to tell you the forecast becomes very easy. When you call prediction becomes also very easy, because you know that the relationship between the factor of safety and the pore pressure ratio is a linear line, which is shown here. And therefore, if you are able to monitor piezometric pressures on the discrete boundary shears, you will be literally able to find out the factor of safety and then predict most accurately. So if you want the most accurate examples of how landslide early warning prediction can be there, this is the example. Then the predicting of one slide, you have predicted one, and maybe when that happens, it will trigger retrogressive movements, etc., and eventually spoil the township. These are the kind of piezometers which I use personally. This is from my personal file, where people were not even thinking of pore pressure measurements. It was 1967 to 86. These were the, and why I put this picture is that there was a lot of struggle in doing this. Today this generation is very blessed because the equipment is so sophisticated and reliable that you don't need all these things. We used to struggle with the air entry value and try to make corrections for everything in measurements. But today you can do 24/7 instrumentation, monitoring, and similarly, there are aquifers, water aquifers, confined, unconfined, and with artificial pressures. Now, in many of the investigations, I find that unless we go into the depth of it and we really know about substrata and things like that, we will not be able to really make a good prediction there. This is one thing where this slide could never have been predicted, but for the fact that piezometric pressures to measure is on a very, it is published in Geotechnic, it's a very flat slope. And you see that only because of the loading, undrained loading at the rear, which raised the piezometric pressures to Artesian conditions, that the slide could take place to 2 to 3 degrees. And this is particularly important to drive home the point that rainfall alone is not enough. What impact it has on the piezometric pressures on the discrete boundary shears is very important. And then there are other examples. To set it right, see it right. Instrumentation, one thing I will quickly say is that ocular instrumentation is the best one. You know, when those people who are used to moving up and down landslides would come to know that every feature or signature on the slope matters, whether it's a fallen tree, tilted tree, or a piece of wood. And this can be supplemented by simple things. You know, I mean, these are some of the landslides which I had monitored at that time where sophisticated instrumentation was not there. So we used wooden pegs in a very calibrated manner to monitor the displacement and displacement rates. And these were plotted. So now I come to the basic point that when we talk about rain-induced landslides and all that, we think of established relationship. No, this is rainfall and movement relationship. Similarly, you make the measurements, simple markers and things like that, and then come out with displacement time profiles. These could be different displacement time profiles. So now comes the question that when people make these measurements and try to link early warning system with certain threshold of measurements, they have to also, the onus lies on them to explain where they have made the measurement, what relevance is in the overall context of slide movement. Because if you have a longitudinal profile of the slide at different locations, the movements and movement rates would be different. There would be subsidences, there would be formation of cracks. So all those features that one sees on the ground are to be read together to make a meaning out of it. And then only we'll be able to find the safety. So in 1988, I got very much interested in this when there was a Lausanne International Symposium landslides in Switzerland. And in my paper, I tried to study different patterns of movements. And so it's not only movement or movement rate linked to early warning system, but what are the patterns and what do you read out of those patterns that are also very important. And then, of course, at that time, we had on the acoustic emission technology. Now you have many other things where you can really, even while you study, you can do some experiments. I quickly run through this. This is I wanted to give you one example where I can walk the talk. So this is one landslide, Lanka, which I had studied. And this is the kind of trouble that occurred. The huge problem, 100-year-old problem. Then here I want to simply show that every evidence on the ground was captured because railway lines had shifted and so on. Mapping of water pools, mapping of changes in the water regime, monitoring of water levels in experiments, first crude map of earth size. Crude map of earth size with the feature so here the point I want to make is variations of piezometric nature, rainfall intensity, movement rates, everything put together, then they seem to make sense. And once that is there, you can then have also shear strength measured. When you do early warning and all that, and you play blind to these features which are there on the landslides, on the slopes, I don't think that there'll be accuracy of that. Then this also leads you to control measures. So ultimately, the idea is to save people and protect the environment, protect the infrastructure, and also early warn people so that there is a safety there. And then finally, if this approach is used, in this case, we demonstrated that by simple preservation of the ecosystem, not interfering with the natural drainage, not doing control measures which are brute force of technology, not caring for the drainage of the area, they bring rich dividends. Here in 2014, also we had in Pune, this Malingam, this problem. And I want to quickly run through this to show you that here also, every evidence was captured. You know, early warning doesn't mean that you sit in your room and then plan some algorithm. Here, every feature that you observe on the slope has to be woven into it. And then, of course, a picture comes out. And on that picture, this one, in fact, this is the a very interesting slide. I don't have time to go through it, but I'll tell you that we did the drone photography to revalidate this kind of thing. And then we could explain this. So if early warning is to be done in this area, this was the first time slide which occurred, which is why so much of effort was done to study this under the umbrella of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. But having done that, now we have all the information at our disposal to be able to forecast the landslide or predict the landslide in this area. So this is the message that I wanted to give. Another message I want to give is that we have now the records, old records. Now here is the melting of glaciers, 1,000-year record, then formation of glacial lakes, then bursting of these lakes causing landslide dams. And now here you see in the plan, so many places landslide occurred. Simple one dam which burst. We have got to know that if this is the kind of thing, what are the early warning? One trigger of landslide dam can create multiple slides. So, and these are all doable in the sense we have powerful drone photography. Our ISRO has got satellite maps, imagery. We have past work, mapping, ground surveys, hazard maps, everything is there. But it is making use of those. One last thing I would like to say is that there are some critical structures. This is the Tehri Dam in India. I think it's a lifeline, is seismic zone 4. And what is happening is that because of the landslide in the rim region, the water level is increasing. And you know, the critical maximum retention is 830. And in 2008, we reached 763 and then became 775. So it's early warning. Now, how do we do this? It's not only about slopes and landslides. If those structures which create hazard, which in turn will create flash floods and landslides, we have got to look after this. And so these are the landslides, the rim area. Now, a study of these landslides and the instrumentation and monitoring is to be done even prior to your desire to do early warning, because when we know that the problem is developing, instrumentation should be put in place long before even a project is sanctioned on the early warning of site, because that is going to give us invaluable information. And also, another point of early warning is that when I say who are you early warning, if the dam fails, then which are listed here? People there, they don't even know. Look, we have to take into account the different perspectives, perceptions, that we are now unlearn and then relearn if really we want to solve the problem, because the same thinking will not take us very far. This is where for my Indian colleagues, these are some of the projects which are waiting for your talent to early warn. These constructions are really going on, and there are people who are getting killed every time. What can we do to bring those relief? So you have to have a strategy of data and all that and put together and try to make a sense out of it. And if we do that, I'm sure that we will be nearer to credible early warning. With that, I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, sir. It's very interesting to know a lot of things from the presentation. Sir, can we take a couple of questions if you are fine?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, so I request the participants, if you have anything to ask to our first speaker, so kindly unmute yourself or you can raise your hand. Participants, if there are any questions from your side to our first speaker, Bandari sir, kindly unmute and then you can ask, or like you can raise your hand. So if there are no questions, okay, so we'll proceed. So thank you so much again from both the institutions, behalf of University of Florence as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I'll be sharing the email ID of Bandari sir with all the participants, so you can write to him if whenever you have anything. Okay, thank you so much, sir. So now we have a second speaker, Dr. Kumar.
So good afternoon, everyone. So our second speaker is Dr. Samuel Shogeni. He's a researcher at Department of Earth Sciences in the University of Florence. He's a geologist and geomorphologist. His main research fields are landslide hazard forecasting and early warning, susceptibility mapping, geomatics, and quantitative risk assessment. His research mainly develops regional scale and national scale operational products for civil engineering protection purposes. He is also coordinator of joint agreement between our both departments. So he may be considered the Italian point of contact for any further collaborations. Dr. Segoni.
Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. Just a quick technical note. I'm not able to share my screen.
Just a minute,
so
sir.
If you can maybe fix this. Yeah. Thank you for the kind introduction, by the way. I think because Professor Bandari is at present in charge of the screen sharing, so I cannot share mine until he's able to share his own screen.
Dr. Bhandari, so
yes.
Please stop presenting or stop sharing the screen, sir.
Sir Bandari, sir. Okay. So Dr. Shagoni.
Okay, now I will share my screen. Oops, I don't know what to... Okay. Is it all right? Are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, without notes? Okay, so let's start. my talk is about again early warning systems, yeah. But first of all, I would like to start with a brief introduction to put my talk in context. So, of course, yes, I will talk about early warning system, which I like this definition, which is a very old one, but it's simple, and I think it's quite useful. Early warning systems are a set of tools with the objective of provide alerts in sufficient lead time. So early warning systems are something complex, and in my talk I will focus only on the forecasting model, on the forecasting module of early warning system, which it's only a part of the whole system, but I will focus on that. And of course, we will be talking about landslides, okay? And another important thing for my talk is the area of interest, this regional scale, because it's key to understand the approaches that were used. So I'm talking about early warning systems to be applied over very wide areas. Imagine a whole region or even a whole nation. So this is a very huge constraint. As an instance, you cannot apply traditional hill slope monitoring system. You cannot monitoring every slope of a whole nation. So this is not feasible. And the same goes for physically based models. At present, they are difficult to calibrate and operate. What Professor Bandari told is true. We need to know the mechanism of initiation of every landslide, but then this modeling depends on too many parameters which are unknown for large areas like a whole nation. So again, this is not feasible, at least at the present state of the art. However, Professor Veronica Tofani later will talk about some advances in this direction. So I'm confident in a few years we will also get there with this approach. But at present, the state of the art for regional scale landslide early warning system is the use of statistical rainfall thresholds. What is it? It's that you observe, you use a rainfall dataset and a landslide dataset, you match together and you check which were the rainfall conditions that in the past led to landslide initiation. You select some convenient rainfall parameters and you plot this condition in a graph. And what is the objective is to find a statistical correlation, okay, to define a threshold. This is a mathematical equation, which is not a random line, but there is some statistical study behind that. And the objective is to have a relationship, a mathematical equation that divides the rainfall conditions basically into two fields. A field for which you issue an alert because those conditions are connected with slope instabilities and rainfall triggering, and the lower part of the graph, which is characterized by safe conditions. Then, of course, it is important to note that this is the most basic assumption with only one threshold and two states of the system. In more complex implementations, you can have different and a range of states of the system. Okay, so this is the basic assumptions to put the topic of my talk in context. So introduction is finished and I will get to the main topic. What I will do next is to basically tell you a story, a long story about how my research group at the University of Florence developed a regional scale early warning system, which is called Sigma. And this development process took about 25 years. So I want to be clear, I don't want to sell this early warning system, and I don't want to say that it's the best one, because early warning system, how you will see in my talk, are very site specific. What is the core of my talk is that sometimes you need a very long progress in applied research to get satisfactory results. So what we did here may not be suitable for other test sites, but maybe for other test sites, some approaches can be useful and can be applied elsewhere. So and you will see that for this reason, I will talk about this early warning system like if it were a living being, okay? So the story starts with the classical Once Upon a Time. The story starts in the mid-90s. I was not part of the team, of course, at the time. And everything started with two research questions. There was the need to define an operational warning system at regional scale for a region called Emilia-Romagna, and there was the necessity to take into account different kinds of landslides, both slow deep-seated landslides and shallow rapid landslides. And it was very difficult, especially at the time, because the state of the art at the time was focused on intensity duration thresholds, which are good for the shallow landslides and not for the deep-seated ones. So this is the test site. As you can see, it is a region in Italy. The site has of the about 25 years of development of this project. Okay, so we start in the, how I said, in the middle 90s, and how you can see, I will talk you about many improvement and something interesting that you can notice from this figure is that from a certain point onward, you can see that the improvements are more frequent. Okay, so this is a good sign. It means that you are on the right path, and the modification accelerate because you build on previous achievement. Okay, so if you have a long-lasting project and a long-lasting collaboration, the improvement start to accelerate, and the perspective are very, very, very good. So the first phase is the gestation of sigma. So this came up in the minds of the researchers instead than in the womb of a mother. Okay, but in the minds, an idea started to grow. How I told you before, we are working at the regional scale. So we decided to work with empirical approaches based on rainfall thresholds. A key point was to subdivide the region into territorial units. At the time, the state of the art was to provide a single threshold for a whole region. We decided to take this opposite approach because if you consider smaller subdivision, then you are more confident that they are more homogeneous each other. And so you have a strong correlation between the rainfall and the mechanism of initiation of the landslide. And then we decide to put things simple, to use only one reference rain gauge for each territorial units. instead than all the rain gauge possible that were present. How I said, first constraint, no landslide dataset was available, or better to say, there was a landslide dataset that was mapping landslides, but the day of occurrence was not known. So how you can guess, it was completely useless for a research based on the time of occurrence of landslide. But we had long and reliable rainfall data, and so sorry, I hear a strong noise, and so it was decided to base the model on rainfall anomalies. And how the basic idea was to measure and to account about how extreme is a rainfall, and it was decided to express it in terms of standard deviation above the mean value. So our thresholds were those sigma curves. Sigma basically stands for standard deviation, and these are used to measure the rainfall anomaly. So they are used to say, let's take the red one as instance, the 2 sigma curve. It means that in 30 days, if I have 250 millimeters, this value is 2 standard deviation above the average value recorded in the past decades. Okay, so it's a measure of how much extreme the rainfall is. Then there was the need to build a flexible approach with shallow landslides accounted with exceptionally intense rainfalls. And we used high sigma values in short period cumulates, while for deep-seated landslides, we used exceptionally long rainfall, that is moderate sigma values, but accounted for long period cumulates of rainfall. As you can see, there are a lot of subjective terms, long, short, high, moderate. So all the research is about finding a standardization to define in mathematical terms these very subjective terms. Then the core of the prediction model is a decisional algorithm that basically compares rainfall cumulates with sigma curves. This is an instance. We monitor the rainfall accumulated in 1, 2, and 3 days in advance, and here it is compared with a value corresponding to 3 standard deviation above the mean value observed for such duration. Okay, so this is a comparison, and a warning state is then issued depending on which sigma curves are exceeded in which periods. Okay, this is the idea, and the sigma was born. In his first version, it was a very basic and simple application. You see, figures are in black and white, like happens for your photographs if you are old enough. And I have to acknowledge that at first, the model was not very effective, basically because, how I told you, there was not a big number of landslides to calibrate it, and we relied only on expert judgment based on past monitoring activities that were only in some spots of the region. So it was not very good, but it was a start, and it was very, very positive. So sigma in the next years started to grow, and this was a very dynamic period of the research because we had a very long-lasting research program, and each year there were continuous improvements. Here you can see an overview about how different versions of the model were adjusted time tuned and changed to always improve the effectiveness of the model. Of course, the game change happened when we got some good landslides datasets. And so we could make a calibration. So instead of resorting to given sigma cubes, we selected for each territorial units based on the documented landslides, the best sigma cubes that maximizes correct predictions while minimizing false alarms. This was a process of calibration that provided very good results. You can see that this performance indicator increases while we update the sigma model with this calibration process. Okay, and so the model start to become reliable, and it was implemented, it became operational. I don't know if you can see it, about 15 years after the research started, okay? However, this is something very important happened because the civil protection, the regional civil protection made a very clever question, said, can we improve it further? And sure we can. So it's important to remark that they didn't just say, okay, now we have our warning system, thank you, goodbye. No, they decided to continue their long-lasting collaboration and to pursue again some achievements and improvements into the system. This is very smart, a very smart move, because in our research program, every year we had this schedule. We updated the landslide inventory, so we had more data to have a validation of the forecasting system. So the aim was not to demonstrate that we were good at predicting landslides. No, it was the contrary. We were searching errors to analyze them and to find possible solution. Possible solution means to develop alternate model versions or to design improvements. And every time, thanks to this landslide inventory updated, we performed a quantitative comparison between the alternate versions. So we would say, okay, the improvement works better, or no, it's not very effective. Let's keep this like it is. Okay, just an example. This is an improvement that we performed when we acknowledged that many errors were due to snow dynamics. Because one thing is that when you work with rainfall-induced landslides, one thing is when the landslides are induced by snowmelt. Okay, so we basically developed this model. I have not time to enter into the details. However, it had it was an improvement. Okay. It ran as a prototype for some years, then it was discarded because they evaluated that the improvement was not worth the price to implement in the early warning system, and also because the model was very complicated and maybe the operators didn't understood very well. This is a key point, and I will make reference to this issue again in the next minutes of my talk. Then the Sigma model continued to grow and enters in its maturity stage. It becomes adult, we can say, okay? Because Sigma is always implemented and it is operated daily by the personnel of the regional civil protection. An important activity was an activity of fine tuning. What does it mean? We had, after many years, a lot of landslides in our database, and so we use them for this fine-tuning operation. So we took every territorial unit that in advance it was decided based on subjective the judgment of the researcher. It was decided the boundaries of the territorial units. It was decided the reference rain gauge. In this part of the development process, we tested all possible rain gauges that were at disposal of the region. We considered all the boundaries of the territorial units, and some of the territorial units were split. This is an example. This is a territorial units. It was in the base version of Sigma, it was considered a single units with 3 rain gauge inside. The black one was the reference chosen by the researchers. But we tested all the possible combination, how the system works if we use the other rain gauge, how it works if we use this other one, what happens if we split the territorial units into 2 subunits. Okay, and so we checked that the best configuration in this example was to split the territorial units in 2 territorial units and to monitor them with 2 other rain gauges, the blue one, that were different from the original one. Okay, because we had a statistical, a numerical validation and a quantitative comparison demonstrating that this was the best approach. So at the end of the day, what happened was that we passed from an old configuration, okay, based on 19 territorial units, to a new configuration with 25 territorial units. What is the improvement? Of course, a better spatial resolution, a better forecasting effectiveness demonstrated by the quantitative validation and comparison, but the most important maybe is the last one, because now we had a proof that this was the best configuration possible for the model. And so the operators that has to daily operate the system now are confident that they are using the best possible configuration of the system. And this was a very key point, because confidence of the operators in the model is of paramount importance for operating an early warning system, okay? A few years before, somebody always said, but why we use this rain gauge? Maybe this other one is better, is only 7 kilometers away, but is more in the center of the territorial units, okay? Now, after this study, we can say, look, we are using this one because we have the best results with this one. Okay, so this was a very big improvement in the technical aspects of the model and in the mind of the people who are working with the models. And this is very, very important. And so this version was implemented, became operational, and was used daily. To be honest, there are also, we had also some failures. Sometimes you follow some ideas and then you discover that on theory they are good, but in practice you cannot apply them to the early warning system. This is an example. We try to account the difference from landslides event and disaster event to better relate the alerts to a scenario, another scenario, depending on the number of landslides. We tried a very complicated system of weights and counterweights, but we just discovered that it didn't work very well. You know, you just can't win always. And so this was never implemented. And but another thing that was instead very positive is that we tried back, I think in 2010 or 11, to match together the rainfall thresholds based on the Sigma curves with susceptibility maps, because we observed that these are scientific tools that may seem opposite each other. Rainfall threshold provide a temporal forecasting with a coarse spatial resolution. Susceptibility map is just the opposite. You have a good spatial forecasting, but no temporal information. And we said, well, they are not opposite, they are complementary. We can try to put them together. And so we tried to define those dynamic hazard metrics, combining the rainfall rates and the susceptibility levels of the territory. And we built a multi-tier approach, trying to improve the spatial resolution. Back at the time, we failed, but because we were too ambitious, we tried to arrive to get at the pixel level. In my opinion, if you want to get this detail, you should shift to another kind of approach, like physically based models, which will be the topic of my colleague Veronica Tofani at the end of the day. Just to for a quick note, if we are not too ambitious and we stop at the higher tiers, the municipality, actually this system works very good. And this is what we are developing now. We are doing basically something similar for all Italy, for the whole nation of Italy, trying to combine rainfall threshold, susceptibility indexes, and to provide alerts instead than for a wide alert zone or territorial units for all the municipalities that are inside. So they may be alerted with different alert levels, getting an improvement of spatial resolution. Another important experiment that we made, I like this one very much, and I think it could be informative. We say that we can try to use soil moisture data instead of rainfall, especially for complex landslides with complex hydrology. Okay, basically Sigma for those landslides uses a very long period rainfall accumulates, even to 60, 90 days. We say this is just a proxy for soil moisture condition. So let's try to use soil moisture conditions. So we use data from this model and we modified the decisional algorithm of Sigma. The first part remains the same. The short-term period is modeled with rainfall anomalies. The long-term period, instead of long-term rainfall anomalies, we use the long-term soil moisture anomalies. And results were pretty good. We had a very big improvement in the performance of the model, but this improvement was not made operational. Why? For two reasons. First one, it was complex to implement from a technical point of view, and you can see it was possible to implement it only in a part of the region. So they didn't want to have a dishomogeneous early warning system, and so this one was a problem. The other point is, I jump back a little bit, is that the decisional algorithm became very complicated and it was not very well understood. And so I come back again to the concept of confidence. The operator needs to have something in which he's confident. Okay, if the product is too complex and it is not well understood, then it seems like a sort of bad magic in which our results just pops out on your screen. The zones are colored red, yellow, and orange, and you don't know why. You really don't understand why. And so that's why this improvement that, in my opinion, was very promising, it was just abandoned. Another note, since I am comparing early warning system with living being, I must make a reference to Darwin and to the survival of the fittest theory. So, you know, when you talk about rainfall threshold models, there are very different models. Which is the best one? And we had this idea because in our department, we had two projects with two different regions developing rainfall thresholds. And the two projects developed very, very different rainfall thresholds. Sigma, just explained, based on rainfall cumulates. Macumba, for the Tuscany region, was based on intensity duration thresholds, so a completely different approach. And this started almost like a joke, a game during a coffee break. The two research teams argue each other, which is the best one? Okay, let's try which is the best one. Like a football match, we made two matches. First match in the Emilia-Romagna region. We already had Sigma there, and we exported Macumba approach, the intensity duration approach, in one alert zone of the Emilia-Romagna. And then we had a quantitative validation. Second match in Tuscany, we already had Macumba model there with the results. We exported their Sigma model. And so we had the thresholds, the algorithm, and the quantitative result. At the end of the day, what we got is a draw. And this was very good news for both the teams, because we had two sites very different in which we developed very different models, and we had the proof that in both sites we made the correct decision. To build a model with certain characteristics to meet the technical constraints and to meet the geological and climatic features of the sites. And it was a good perception, because what we learned is that you cannot say in absolute terms this model is better than this one. It depends on the site where you are applying them. I'm going more quickly to the towards the conclusion. Sigma now is adult and is on the move. We try to export it in other contexts, in other settings. We also had a prototype for the whole Italian territory, for whole Italy. And also with my Indian friends, we tried to export it from Italy to India with pretty good results. Here it was the first test site in which we tried to apply this model. There were previous studies with rainfall threshold based on intensity duration, but the results were not very good. So we tried to apply the Sigma model with a site-specific calibration and customization, of course. Some adjustments were made with respect to the basic version. And again, we have a quantitative validation and comparison, and we concluded that in this setting, a Sigma model performed better than ED or ID threshold-based models. This doesn't mean that Sigma model is better than this other approach, okay, how I stressed before, not in absolute terms, but in this test site, it was more effective. My opinion is because of the climatic features of the area. I think that the monsoon areas where you can have a very long rainfall are better studied with the Sigma approach, which can handle also very long rainfall cumulates. But also for the technical constraints of the area, we were working with the daily rainfall recordings, and I am very convinced that when you have daily resolution for rainfalls, ED and ID thresholds are not very effective, so it's better to shift to other approaches. So what when we made a comparison between Macumba based on intensity and duration thresholds and Sigma, something happened. The two models, something like they mated each other, and they reproduced and gave birth to a hybrid version combining the features of the two models. So what we are developing now is the son of Sigma and Macumba. We call it Macumba 3D because it's based on three-dimensional thresholds in which you can see, you can basically have a conventional intensity duration thresholds, but you have also a third dimension in which you account for this rainfall index that is basically derived from the experience gained with Sigma. This accounts for long antecedent rainfall cumulates. So it may seem complicated because you have 3 parameters to monitor instead just 2, but it's not so complicated because the threshold instead aligned is a plane, or putting in an even simpler way, it's an ED threshold which is activated only if you exceed a given amount of mean antecedent rainfall. Results were very satisfactory, and we had a reduction of false alarms, and so this was operated and implemented. This is operated daily by the regional agency. This is a screenshot of their interface. Okay, so this is the end, but how you can see, it's the end of Sigma, but the story is not really ended because Sigma retired, but we have his son, and we are developing this warning system at the moment. We are working to apply it to the whole Italy. So I come to the conclusion. The main lessons that may be learned from this long development of this model is that at first, one thing that I would like to stress mainly for the PhD students, that if you wait to have a perfect early warning system or a perfect model, which is the topic of your PhD, you never get operational if you wait to be perfect. My suggestion is to just go and start a prototype pre-operational version, and eventually you will go operational when you are confident enough of your result. But in my opinion, you need to put something into the road and to make some attempts analyzing errors and to find possible improvements. This lead me to the second point. It's very important that early warning system should be upgraded with time, because as time passes by, you have technical and scientific advances. If you make a good work, if you have a prototype and you run a prototype, you get data day by day. You can use that data the year after to have a better calibration and to improve the model. Another point is the importance of quantitative validation, because this is important to compare objectively and quantitatively two versions of the model, and you gain confidence. You can say, this version is better than this other version, so I will use this version. And I will never stress it enough. I am very convinced that the perfect landslide early warning system does not exist. They are very site specific, and so the best approach possible depends on the test site. I can have two models. The first one is perfect for a test site and perform very poorly on another site, and of course vice versa. Last important remark: researchers and end users speak different languages. There is a need for long-term and close collaboration where the ideas and needs are changed very on a daily basis, and long term, because how you can see the progress may be, especially at the start, may be very, very slow. And so I have finished. Here you can have some reference. If you want, I can share the PDF. Everything I told you is have some reference in the international literature. And these are a list of all the people that worked on the Sigma project into about 25 years. And I thank you for your attention. Last things I would like, if you are into early warning system, surely you don't want to miss this session that I am organizing with some friends. You see also Professor Nilima Setyam is here at the World Landslide Forum, which will be held next November in Florence. So to all the Indian friends, I invite you to join us in Florence in a few months and to attend this very important Congress. That's it. I'm here if you have any question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shagoni. So it was a very interesting presentation. So can we have some question and answers, questions if there is anything from the speakers, participants?
Yes, I have one question.
Please.
Can you hear? I'd like to know what were the criteria that were used to choose the regional units, and if you already said this, I apologize in advance for missing. So, how did you choose this regional unit?
Yes, thank you for the question. I was very quick on this point during my talk, and thank you because now I have the opportunity to explain it better. At the start, how I said, was just a very subjective judgment of the team. But in the later stages of the research, we made an attempt to use the to draw these units to put together territories that were more homogeneous possible from a climatic and a geomorphological point of view. This was the main criteria. The basic idea is that partitioning a big area into a mosaic of smaller areas works good if you select those areas as homogeneous as possible from the geomorphological point of view. So, the same prevailing lithologies, the same topographic features, and so on.
So you stressed the geomorphological aspect rather than the geolithological one. Is it right?
Yeah. When working at those scales, you must find a balance between the two. And I think you have to assume that, or to find a balance in which the two things mainly overlap. The basic was the geomorphological aspect because we wanted areas in which the landslide type was almost the same, or at least that were only one prevailing landslide type. So this is why I say the geomorphological. Then, of course, this is also reflected by different geolithological aspects of the territory. Sorry.
Thank you.
So any other questions? Okay, if there is no questions, we'll proceed further. So thank you, Dr. Shagoni, for the wonderful presentation.
You're welcome.
So for our next speaker is Mr. Gaurav Pathare from the R&D department of our industrial sponsor, Garware Technical Fibers Limited, India. So Mr. Gaurav Pathare.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon.
Am I audible to you?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello.
Mr. Gaurav, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, yes, we can hear you,
Yeah.
but I cannot see you.
Let me call him.
So
He
just
started presenting.
Yeah. I
Mr.
have shared my
Gaurav, we are
screen.
not able to hear you. We can see, but we cannot hear.
Okay. Okay. So I'll just Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Mr. Gaurav,
Yes,
you're
sir.
not audible to us.
I can hear very well.
Yeah.
But we can hear him.
Yeah,
Can
can
you check
hear.
your mic once?
I think they are not able to listen to us actually. That's what I think the problem is. So, okay, so we will start. I will share my screen. Just let me know once it is visible to you. Actually, this presentation is supposed to be given by Mr. Thiru Kilkarni, but because of some urgent travel, he has gone to US. So I'll be trying to give a short brief or summary kind of thing on behalf of him. So please excuse me for that. So I have shared my screen. Is it visible to you all?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we have developed an IoT based system which will help us to detect the site where the landslide would happen. So this is a very important tool or the system, because just now we have seen that in the Turkey there was an earthquake which has given a potential loss to that country. So it is very important that we should be having similar kind of system which will help us to prevent the losses, and we can take the appropriate actions on time. So what our project outlook is right now. So our primary aim is to measure and monitor the rockfall and landslide movement before it actually gives away. So of course it is going to cause a lot of damage. So the trigger should happen once any calamity or once any thing will happen on site. It will give us a event. It will trigger an event which will help us to know something has happened over the site. It will be a cloud-based system which will be supporting multi-login, multi-user, wherein the many people, many site supervisor, including top to bottom, they can check the condition of site, they can monitor the site, and based on that, they can also, then they can schedule their visit if required and not. If they have to do some preventive measures, then they can do on the same. The important part here is, since this system is in place, we have to ensure that this should be very robust enough to sustain the tough geological terrains. It should also sustain in the tough climate. It will be rainy season, it will be too cold, so it may be a very having the very high sunlight prone zone. So it should be very robust, that we had considered right now for developing this system. And again, of course, this system should be very easy to deploy and it should have very low maintenance. So what are we how are we going to deploy, or what is our planning? So if we look at, so there will be 3 sensors. There is a site wherein, I mean, it is, the photos are not that good. However, there are 3 sensors which we are planning to use. The first will be IMU sensor, which will be inertial measurement unit. So this will be helpful to understand the vibrations, and we will set a threshold limit wherein if it exceeds the threshold limit, then it will going to give us an warning or message or alert. So this is the importance of this IMU sensor. Then the second sensor is tension sensors, which we have installed over here. I mean, it is not so much visible. So this will also will help us to identify, or to identify the appropriate tension which is being already on the net, and what should be its threshold limit. And that point, it should create the necessary alert. So those uh, settings, or those machine learning kind of things we will be doing, and we will be telling that system that, look, at this level you have to trigger an alarm. So this we will be taking care of in this, actually in all the sensors. The third one is displacement sensors. This is also an important sensor, wherein it is going to measure the distance from the earth to the net. So if there is too much sag of net on an impact of boulder, then it is going to give us an trigger that there is something which had happened. Now we have to look for it. So this is some details of IMU sensors, because we have majority of us known about the load sensors and the displacement sensors. This IMU sensors is going to give us information from 10 different points. So it is going to measure the acceleration in X, Y, and Z direction. It will going to measure the gyroscopic movement again in X, Y, and Z direction. It is also going to give the magnetometric details in X, Y, Z direction. Also, it is going to give you the angle of motion in vertical and horizontal direction. So this is what the architecture of this IMU sensor is, which is throwing the data to us. Now, if we talk about the system architecture, so please consider this as our site, a geological location where we are going, where we have deployed our boulder netting and these sensors. So these grids you can consider as boulder netting, and this sensor, these are the rounded items, are you can consider as these sensors which we have installed over this. So these sensors will be connected together, maybe through BLE or the LoRa gateway. So this is a communication channel in which the BLE stands for Bluetooth Low Energy. So it will be the connection which will help the sensors to stay connected. And those sensors which are connected together will be connected to the transceiver unit, which will be operated through the solar power. And of course there will be certain batteries which will be associated to that, because if the solar doesn't work, then there should be an backup. So that point also we have taken in consideration. So this transceiver unit is in connected with all these sensors. So if anything will happen, then this transceiver unit is going to give the signal via cloud to our system, to our application. So this will be its channel of communication. And also in this communication, we have used the edge computing process, wherein it will help us to give the, I mean, it will give a priority kind of thing. So it will help us to give data so fast, because I mean, it will help us to channelize the data in such a way that you will get information in very short time. Just summarizing just that. Once that data will travel, it is going to come to your mobile or on the desktop like this. So this will be kind of output which you will be seeing. I'll just explain you. So if we look at the net vibration, so if any vibrations can happen, so this is the area where it has happened, the vibration, and this is something which you are going to get. So of course the blue part will be okay. I mean, it will be okay, wherein we'll say that this is in our limit, wherein this red part will be as the warning for us. These are some sites wherein these are the IME unit. Here there is again the load sensor. Here is the solar power. Again, this you can see as the displacement sensors. So this is all about the product which we had prepared. So if you have any questions, then you can please let me know. Sorry, it was too brief. But if you have any question, then you can let us know on this side.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, have you applied this technology anywhere in India?
No, we are planning to apply this. So we are trying to do this in conjunction with IISc. Hello.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir. Have you applied this technology anywhere in India?
So one small site we have executed, which is nearby Y. So it is our own site which we have created. Now we are planning to roll out this on actual site. So in 2 months we will be installing this system actually on the site. So we have got an approval related approval to that. So we will be doing that.
Okay, sir. One more doubt I have. So this LoRa technology, BLE plus LoRa, which you are saying.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
So I wanted to ask, like, do we need any visibility kind of thing for the connection thing to happen? Like you are saying, there must be one center unit, and this like transmitter will be there, which will transmit data to that central unit, right?
Yeah, perfect.
So that central unit, will there be any like visibility thing between these two?
I did not get your question actually. Visibility
That
thing.
means I wanted to know, like where do we have to install this central unit?
So it will be nearby to the site. So you consider.
What will be the range?
So it can go up to 30 meter.
So only 30 meter.
Yeah, either from the first site or from the last point of that site.
Okay, sir.
Yeah,
Thank
because
you.
So this site will be in 10,000 square meter or something like that. So
no, but that means we need continuous supply of electricity to this for this thing to work, right?
Correct.
So in remote areas where this electricity supply is not there, or like because mostly we encounter landslides around the roads, right? So like in some roads, like in Uttarakhand, if along some road there is no electricity connection, then we cannot use this technology, right?
We can. I mean, for that we have to use the solar and the batteries. So the good quality of batteries with good life, that we have figured it out. So that can be used, because solar is also will be helping them to charge, and then again.
Okay, and for data transmission, what are you using? This LoRa only?
Yeah,
Means,
it is
if you want to send it to cloud, right?
Yeah.
So for that, okay, got it.
So, Mr. Gaurav, what is the cost of this system? Approximately.
That is around 1500 per square meter, plus maintenance would be an extra.
So that will be a service charge basically for maintenance.
No, that is the cost, and the maintenance would be extra.
That's what I'm asking. So
Yeah.
that will come under the service charge, right? We will
Perfect.
charge for the
Yeah.
maintenance.
That's it. Correct.
Okay. One more doubt is there. Mr. Bhairav is having some doubt. Mr. Bhairav, you can unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can I know what is the spacing between the sensors on the slopes? Spacing between the.
Yeah. Good question. We can. I mean, 2 meter is the maximum which we are intending to have.
Okay, but in case of large slopes and longer lengths, right? 2 meters would be too small. Sorry, that what did you say about the cost of each sensor?
No,
how much was that?
It is around 1500 per square meter. Yeah.
So these sensors, those are individual units, right? What we can see on this white dots.
Yeah, it is individual.
So those sensors, how much does it cost?
No. So that would be too specific. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that comes as a system. Okay, and how much deep? Once this landslide is picking up, let's say, so this sensor, how deep it can sense it and say that, warn us that landslide is going to happen. For suppose if you are placing a sensor on the slope, or how deep that you will be placing this sensor on a slope.
Yeah. So that's what the IMU plays very important role. If a normal train or a vehicle will pass from the road, then also it is going to give the signal. So it is so sensitive. It will going to give you a very correct and appropriate vibration, provided you tell system that, look, I need to know this range of vibration. So that way it will act. These are very sensitive.
So you should be defining some threshold for those sensors. So the value, the maximum value.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Thanks.
Welcome.
Now I got one question, Professor Satyam. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Now you see, have you identified any specific area where you can install this system and then try to either calculate or see the performance of it? Because we have got a lot of areas where landslides have been repeatedly taking place. So could you identify any such area where this can be installed and then monitored so that is a good project?
Yeah. We have identified one site which is near to Goa. So we are going to install this system in a month's time, or in 2 months. We are going to deploy this, and we will be having appropriate data of that.
Okay. Now, but is it going to identify the type of a landslide which it makes so that numerical analysis maybe then can be made possible?
Yes, FFT analysis kind of thing, which I think you are trying to say. So we are planning for that, but as of now, main focus will be on the setting up the threshold limit, and it should give us an trigger. But those data can be taken, and from that we can do some predictive analysis. So that is also a point which we are looking at.
Yeah.
It's a good point. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but then if your system is going to predict or show that there is a likely movement or even a small movement, then probably a sort of the determination of the properties of that area can be evaluated, and with reference to your system, it can be calibrated, isn't it?
Yeah, it can be done.
It can be done, no? Yeah, particularly we have the places like Idiki and all in Kerala where repeated landslides have been taking place. You know, I think the earlier presenter had shown various types of landslides. I think Mandari showed that, if I'm not wrong. He showed different types of landslides that are taking place. Is it going to predict any type of the landslide, or it has to be a specific movement? Is it predict?
Yeah, predictive. It will be predictive.
Yeah, because varieties of failure take place. It is not a the blind slope failure where there is a movement starts and your instrument starts working. There are a lot of bed failure is there, then horizontal bed is there. So all types of failure, will it be able to monitor that way?
I mean, provided we get some data related to that, that's what I can answer as of now. If we have the data related to all that sites, then we can do some predictive analysis. So that can be done. But this is the point to look at. Thank you so much for that.
Okay, I think we require some sort of a data analysis also on that, right? Because whatever landslides that have taken place, I think people should have done the analysis and collected the data, and from there, if your instruments can be installed in such places like that where the output will be more productive, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. But it requires the rainfall monitoring, isn't it?
No, sir. That point we ruled out. We had thought of it. We ruled out that point.
I see.
Yeah, but that is also again is causing. I mean, that is one of factor which will cause for the landslide and other things. So yes, yeah.
That's a major point, like major reason, I think, right? Like whatever the last presenter spoke about everything about rainfall and its relation with the landslide. So I think we may have to consider mainly the rainfall effect.
Yeah, but before your portion, you said that even if there's a vehicle movement or a heavy truck movement takes place in the slope, your sensor will start detecting it. Am I right?
Yeah,
but then how to isolate that?
No. So that's what we have to provide appropriate. We have to tell that sensor, look, you have to measure the vibration in this range. So that calibration is a part which we have to do it appropriately.
Okay.
So that is easy part. I mean, that can be controlled provided we know what are the limits.
Are you trying to provide any filter into your recording system for that?
Providing what?
Filters.
Filters, as in I did not get.
Yeah, because normally, see, the filters can be calibrated to record the type of movement it takes place. Suppose vehicle movement is a temporary one. Once the vehicle passes, any problem. So such movements, how to detect it in that?
Yes. Yeah, that kind of filters. Yeah, okay. Yes. Correct. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Gaurav. And I think a lot of questions are interest in your system. So let's see in detail. Okay. Okay, so we'll proceed further.
So for our next lecture, we have Dr. Veronica Tofni. Dr. Veronica Tofni is Associate Professor of Engineering Geology at Department of Earth Sciences of the University of Florence and Program Coordinator of the UNESCO Chair on Prevention and Sustainable Management of Geohydrological Hazards of the University of Florence. Her research mainly concerns geohydrological hazard and risk assessment, regional landslide forecasting models, landslide monitoring, early warning, and the use of remote sensing data for ground instabilities mapping. She is Vice President of the International Consortium of Landslide, and she is involved in other international consortia such as International Consortium of Geodisaster Reduction and Global Alliance on Disaster Risk Reduction. She is Secretary General of the 6th Landslide Forum that will be held in Florence in November 2023. Dr. Veronica Tofni,
yes, hello. Good morning. Good afternoon to everybody. Thanks for your kind invitation. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen? Can you hear me properly?
Yes, we can hear you and see your screen as well.
Okay, thank you. So the title of my talk will be related to the physical-based modeling for the prediction of shallow landslide at regional scale. Before going to detail of this topic, I would like to say something about me. I am, as I've been just introduced, but I am Associate Professor of Engineering Geology at the Department of Earth Science of the University of Florence, Program Coordinator of the UNESCO Chair on Prevention and Sustainable Management of Geological Hazards at the same university, and Vice President of the International Consortium of Landslides, which is the most important consortium related to landslide studies and research. Few words about our UNESCO chair, which has been established in Florence in 2016 and is dealing with mainly, this is the website, and is dealing mainly with the main mission is related to the promote research and development for the prevention and management of geological hazard in order to support policies and actions of risk reduction. We have 4 specific objectives, which are to promote the development of technologies for the prevention of geological hazard, to develop tools and procedures for supporting risk reduction, and to promote the protection of cultural heritage, which is one of our main mission, working in sites of cultural heritage threatened by geological hazards. And also we have a mission related to education on landslide risk, so to promote research at the international level by offering scientific facilities to postgraduate students and visiting researchers. And this is the reason why I'm happy to be here today in the framework of this important agreement between our university and the university in India. Another important, I am also Vice President of the International Consortium of Landslide. What is the International Consortium of Landslide? It's a non-governmental, non-profit scientific organization which is supported by UNESCO, WMO, FAO, United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Offices, and many other important international organizations. The International Consortium of Landslides as member worldwide, and in particular we have at the moment currently 97 members, associated supporters from 35 countries, and plus 11 supporter organizations. The International Consortium on Landslide is contributing to the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction and to the Sustainable Development Goals of the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. The International Consortium of Landslides is the promoter of the Kyoto 2020 commitment for the global promotion of understanding and reducing landslide disaster risk, a commitment which has been signed by 90 signatories, including several important international organizations. And the Kyoto commitment is a duty to the Sendai Landslide Partnership, to the Sendai framework, and to the 2030 agenda for the sustainable development of the United Nations. The Kyoto Landslide commitment has 4 main actions which are related to different aspects and research on landslides, mainly early warning system, hazard and vulnerability assessment, landslide monitoring and modeling, and support the activities of different research institutions and academia in different activities related to disaster risk reduction. And the International Consortium of Landslide is also the promoter, the main organizer of the World Landslide Forum, which will be held in Florence in November of this year. And this is the website of the World Landslide Forum. And I would like to invite you, all of you, to attend the forum. The forum will have different teams, scientific teams, and more than 50 scientific sessions. The deadline for abstract submission will be the 28th of February and will be a very important event to share with other researchers the most recent outcomes related to landslide research in different topics. So I invite you, all of you, to attend. I invite you also to have a look to the International Consortium of Landslide web pages, which has been newly, just recently renewed, and in which you can see the different activities related to the consortium, related to events, publication, and scientific projects. The website is very simple, is landslides.org. So going direct to the contents of my talk, as I told you at the beginning, I will talk about the physically based modeling. And in particular, I will focus on landslide prediction at regional scale. I will describe our physically based model, which we are currently using for the prediction of shallow landslides at regional scale. And I will show you the main, let's say, limitation and problems and advances related to the application of this model in 2 case studies in Italy. So let's start about the regional landslide prediction. Also, my colleague Samuele Segoni has just introduced you this general topic. When we want to predict landslide at regional scale, we have to focus on 4 main different issues: where landslide will occur, when landslide will occur, how large landslide will be, and how many landslides we will have. So we have to focus on different issues. Where is quite simple. And since we have, since many years, different methods for the prediction of where landslide will occur. In particular, we can detect and map landslides through, for example, optical images. And this is the example on the left. Or we can also use susceptibility modeling for the prediction on where landslide will occur. Okay, so different susceptibility model mainly based on statistical approaches. When we go to where and when landslides will occur, let's say the issue is becoming more difficult. And we can use 2 different types of approaches: statistically based rainfall threshold, of which Samuele Segoni has just discussed in detail, and physically based models. Both of them have strengths and weaknesses. Concerning statistically based rainfall threshold, we have as a strength the computational time, which is very low. And furthermore, we don't need field data. We don't need geotechnical parameters, for example, geomorphological data of the study area. The weaknesses are, that the spatial resolution and the time resolution is very coarse. Okay, so we don't have a prediction of the actual location of the landslide. On the contrary, physically based models as a strength, high spatial and temporal resolution, and we will see also that with our model, the IRIS model, we can reach very high, very fine spatial and temporal resolution. But at the same time, we need many input data related to geotechnical and hydrological parameters of the soil, and at the same time, to have this high spatial and temporal resolution, we have a very high computational time, which can be, let's say, a drawback when we want to apply this model as an early warning system at real time. Okay, what are in detail physically based models for regional prediction of landslides are based on the understanding of physical, so mechanical and hydrological laws that control the slope stability, instability conditions. The input are geotechnical, hydrological data, in many cases, data about the vegetation, soil depth, the rainfall, and the digital elevation model of the steady area. The output usually is the factor of safety of the steady area. And usually this is a pixel-based approach. So for each pixel of your steady area, you have a factor of safety. So in this case, in this way, you can answer also to the other two questions: how large landslide will be, and how many landslides you will have. Let's go in detail to our model, which we have developed in 2013, which is called HIRIS model. HIRIS model, HIRIS or simulator, is a physically based distributed slope stability simulator developed to produce results in real time for large areas. The model has two different modules: the hydrologic modules and the geotechnical module. The hydrologic model is based on the Richard equation. The input data are the static data, so geotechnical and hydrological data of the soil, and also the rainfall intensity, because we simulate the evolution, let's say, during a rainfall event of the stability of our steady area. The output of this module is the pressure head, which is the input data for the geotechnical model. And the output is the failure probability. In this case, the failure probability is not the factor of safety, because we incorporate into the model a Monte Carlo simulation in order to take into account the uncertainties of the input parameters, mainly geotechnical data and hydrological data. So for each pixel of the steady area during time, we have a probability of failure of the pixel, okay, from 0 to 100%. The probability of failure is related to a factor of safety measured at 1.2. This is how the model works. These are the list of the input data. We have static data, the effective cohesion, friction angle, slope gradient, the dry unit weight, the soil thickness, hydraulic conductivity, parameters related to water retention curve, so initial soil saturation, pore size index, and bubbling pressure, the porosity of the soil, and we have just introduced in the last version of the model the effect of the vegetation on the slope stability, and in particular we have introduced the root cohesion, which is the reinforcements in strength of the soil due to the effect of the roots of the vegetation. The dynamic data are related to the rainfall intensity during a rainfall event. This is an example of the outcome of the model. So for the steady area, A pixel-based approach. So for each pixel during the event, we have the probability of failure from 0 to 100%. Usually for convention, we use the green as the, I'm launching, this is a video, we use the green for a factor, a probability of failure very low, and we use yellow and red passing from very low to high probability of failure. So you can see that you have a very fine resolution, which depends on the resolution of the DTM, which is used for the simulation. In this case, this is an application for a case study in Italy. We have a resolution of 10 meters. So for each pixel, we have the probability of failure. This is just a video just to show you how the results of the model looks like. Okay, I told you that we have just recently introduced the effect of vegetation on slope stability on the model, in the NDRS model. We know that vegetation is responsible for several mechanical and hydrological effects that influence soil behavior, among which evapotranspiration, the interception by canopies, the influence on the permeability and the matrix action, the slowdown of the superficial flows. For this research, we focused on one of the most relevant from the mechanical point of view, the so-called root reinforcement on root cohesion, consisting in an increase of the shear strength of the soil for the presence of the root network. Usually the root reinforcement or root cohesion is inserted within the slope stability modeling as an additional cohesion. There are some models to describe the root reinforcement. Usually for one of the first and most used root cohesion is equal to the product of the shear strength of roots for per unit of soil multiplied the percentage of rooted area and the coefficient K. This is the general form of the root cohesion. Then the root cohesion can be added to the Moore-Coulomb-Ferrer criterion for unsaturated and saturated soil as a factor cohesion to be added to the model. In this work, we estimate the root cohesion spatial variation because we have the output of the model is a distributed model, okay? So in order to give a value of root cohesion, we have to know firstly the distribution of the plant species. So we know the plant species distribution from in situ observation and vegetation maps. The values of root cohesion are then assigned according to the dominant plant species and literature root cohesion for that species. Then we reproduce the natural variability by means of the Monte Carlo simulation. I show you that we use the Monte Carlo simulation for all the different parameters, which are the input data of the model, in order to deal with the uncertainties of the parameters. Okay, and we do this also for the root cohesion. So this is how the model has been modified. The root cohesion has been included in the IRIS code. So we have a total cohesion, which is the sum of the effective cohesion of the soil plus the root cohesion, both for saturated and unsaturated condition. So go into detail of the application of the model. I will show you two different applications in two different areas of Italy. the Valle d'Aosta region, which is located in northern Italy, and a test site located in southern Italy, in detail in Campania region. Concerning the first test site, is the Valle d'Aosta region is located just in the northern western part of Italy. And in particular, we focus, this is the Valle d'Aosta region, and we'll focus on this area in red line, which is an area which is an extension of 900 square kilometers. In this area, we have, after intense rainfall event, many shallow landslides, which are mainly soil slip, which are less than 1 meter thick, that evolve into flows. In order to retrieve geotechnical and hydrological parameters to run the model, we have conducted a series of geotechnical measurements, especially in 12 survey points within the study area. This is the lithological map of the study area. We have mainly 7 lithological classes, and these in red are the 12 survey points where we have measured the geotechnical parameters. These are the geotechnical parameters which have been specialized according to lithological classes. Sorry, I have to apologize since I have a very bad cold and I have to blow my nose time to time. Sorry for this, I apologize. So these are the parameters measured and specialized according to the lithological classes of the study area. Then we have defined the root cohesion, and based on the different plant species derived from the Coryllian cover map updated in 2012. And the values of the root cohesion have been derived from literature and following the fiber bundle model. So these are the value, the distribution of the root cohesion in the study area. This value of root cohesion has been summed to the effective cohesion. We have then run the model related to the rainfall event occurred in 2009. During this event, many landslides have occurred. So it's a sort of back analysis in order to, let's say, calibrate and to validate the model, okay? And the event simulated was at the end of April 2009. The spatial resolution in 10 meters, the temporal resolution is 1 hour. So the output is for a pixel of 10 meter, and every 1 hour we have the evolution, let's say, of the failure probability during the event. As you another important aspects related to the application of the physical-based model at the regional scale, especially related to the application of this model, is how many Monte Carlo simulation we have to perform in order to, let's say, to have the most stable results. And we performed 3 different simulations of the same area and period of rainfall, changing only the number of iterations of the Monte Carlo simulation. As you can see from the results, these line are the different simulation according to the different number of iteration. As you can see, there is a clear convergence in the results between the 1,000 and 10,000 simulation, but obviously the processing time was very different. So we we used the 1000 iteration as the we have used 1000 simulation to perform the farthest simulation for the analysis. Okay, since, as you can see, increasing the number of iteration, we have a very a convergence of the result. These are the probability of failure map results, and during the event we have recorded during this event 11 landslides in the study area. Actually, these are the landslides reported. We know that we have a number of landslides much higher, but some landslides are located far from, let's say, the elements at risk, so are not recorded. Okay, the landslides recorded are this yellow point here in the map. And these have been used to validate the outcomes of the model. This is the cumulative rainfall during the event. So we have a total precipitation of about 270 millimeters of rain. We have done a sort of sensitivity analysis in order to test with and without root cohesion, in order to test how much the root cohesion influenced the results of our model. Since the effect of root cohesion was introduced in the model in the form of an additional cohesion, comparing simulation with or without the root cohesion, we expected to find a higher number of stable pixels in the simulation in which the contribution of the root cohesion was not considered. Here in this graph, you can see the two different simulations with root cohesion on the left and without root cohesion on the right. With 1000 iteration of the Monte Carlo simulation. You have the number of pixels in this red line with the stable pixel, and this is the cumulative rainfall, and in pale blue, and in blue the daily rainfall. And if you look at the red line on the left and on the right, you can see that it's quite similar. It's following the rainfall event, so the number of a stable pixel, we consider a stable pixel the pixel which have a probability failure higher than 75%. So the number of a stable pixel is following, let's say, the daily rainfall, and the total number of a stable pixel is more or less the same on the left and on the right. So looking at the total number of stable pixel, we cannot see any difference between the two, the simulation with and without root cohesion. If we look at the spatial distribution of the pixel in the two simulations with and without root cohesion, for this is a spatial distribution for a defined day of the simulation. Okay, this is, for example, one day of the simulation 2009, the 25. So you have two maps without and with root cohesion, and you make the difference between these two maps. So without the map without root cohesion less the map with root cohesion, you can see that this is the result in yellow, and all the map is quite, the yellow means that there is no difference. Okay, so we can see that the map is mainly yellow, so there is not a bit different in the simulation. We have done then further analysis, and we have observed that influence in root cohesion is increasing we have done a longer simulation, so during rainfall and not rainfall days, and we have seen that the influence on root cohesion is measured during not rainfall event and is decreasing when the, let's say, when we have a complete saturated soil. So in complete saturated soil, the effect of root cohesion is almost, let's say, is not important, let's say, okay? The result of this study about the sensitivity analysis on the model of the effect of root cohesion have been recently published in Catena Journal, and this is the our model, paper. So let's go to the validation of the results, okay? In order to apply a physically based model as an early warning system, we have to know how the model works. And so we have to apply the model in back analysis and to validate the results. But we have a very big problem in the validation, since in many cases we have incomplete landslide databases. So we have a very low number of landslides reported, okay? And this is a quite big problem if we want to test if the model is working well or not. As we have seen in this, just in this application, we have only 11 landslides reported in an area of 900 square kilometers, which is nothing. But we know that that event triggered many landslides, which in many cases are far from the elemental risk, and especially roads, okay? So have not been recorded. Then we have a problem related to the correct spatial location. We have a model with a very fine spatial location, okay, the spatial resolution, but we don't have a very fine spatial location of the landslides. Another problem is related to the temporal occurrence. Landslide databases have a temporal day resolution, whilst IRIS has a higher temporal resolution. So it's very difficult to validate the results. So in order to a proper validation of the results, we have defined that the pixeled model output at fine spatial and temporal resolution is difficult to manage, and for this reason, reaggregation over spatial units and temporal units is advisable. But we have to perform a calibration procedure in order to define how many pixels over a value of failure probability has to be defined are necessary to consider a spatial unit unstable. Okay, so this is mainly how we are trying to validate the results. So in this study area, we are defined as a spatial unit sub-watersheds, which have an extension in average of 0.3 square kilometer. These sub-watersheds have been extracted by the digital elevation models. And for within this sub-watershed, we have validated the model using a different number of a stable pixel, okay, and a value of failure probability of a stable failure probability of 80%. And for the different let's say, the different combination of probability of failure and number of pixels, we have produced this contingency matrix. And for each combination, so failure probability and number of pixels unstable within our spatial unit, we have defined the true positive, false negative, true negative, and false positive. And we have selected the best combination based where we have lowest value. In this case, the combination 80% of probability of failure and 350 pixels within our spatial unit. Okay. Going to the second test case, and I will try to be very fast since I think the time is running very, very fast. So I have almost finished my talk. The second in southern Italy, so a complete different, let's say, geomorphological and geological context. It's different also the dimension of the study area, which is 18, more or less 18 square kilometers. So very smaller than the test area in northern Italy. In this area, in Cervinaria area, we have very strong landslide event in 1999 with 40 shallow landslides. The Cervinaria test case is located in Campania region, just near the Vesuvio volcano, and the area is characterized mainly by pyroclastic deposits. And this is the study area in blue line. And the landslides are mainly rapid flows. The landslides occur during this very important event in 1999, and mainly rapid flows have been mapped after the event, and we have a complete event-based database in which we have. These are in blue. These blue polygons are the event occurred, landslide event occurred in 1999 rainfall event. The event occurred in 15-16 December, and this is the with the total rainfall in 2 days of more than 350 millimeters. These are the geotechnical input data used to apply the ARES model, and this is the map of the root cohesion used to run the model. So we have used the plant species distribution, and we have defined, according to literature values, the values of root cohesion for the study areas. We have done 2 different types of simulation, a very short simulation related to the event, considering hourly rain data for calibration and validation of the model with a spatial resolution of 5 meters per 5 meters, and a very long time simulation of 5 years from January 1st, 2005 until the end of December 2008, considering daily rainfall data to assess stabilities over a multi-year period with the same spatial resolution. These are the simulation of the 4 days ARES simulation, and this is the number of pixels with a different probability of failure during the event, which is in accordance with let's say, the triggering time of the landslides as recorded. And these are the maps of the ARES simulation for the 4 days of simulation. And you can see that the maps show the probability of failure, the maximum, the probability of failure ranging from 0 to 100%. Usually in green color, as explained at the beginning, you have the lower failure probability. With the red and orange color, you have the highest failure probability. So in this case, the days of where landslides occur are the 15 15 and 16, and you can see that you have an increase of red and orange color in the study area. We have performed the validation as explained before. So for sub-watersheds, we have defined which is the best combination of failure probability and number of pixels. And these are the results, the contingency metrics for the different combination. We have tested 4 different combinations according to different value of failure probability, number of pixels. And in this case, we have seen that the best, let's say, combination is related to an 80% of failure probability, and the number of 3 is a number of pixels. We have to highlight that in this case, the watersheds, the sub-watershed are smaller than in the Valle d'Aosta case study, okay? The long-term Cervinara iris simulation, this is the evolution. So we have 4 years of simulation. We use the daily rainfall data. This is the evolution, yearly evolution of the, let's say, the factor safety, where you can see there is an increase of big number of stable pixels during measure event in these 4 years. And then we have applied this, let's say, aggregation model for the sub-basin defined for the short simulation of 4 days. And so in this, we have for each sub-watershed a different color according to the number of stable pixels during, this is for example, a day during the simulation in 2006. We have published the outcome of this work in Landslides journal 2 years in 2021, and this is the manuscript you can download from. It's an open access, you can download from Landslide journal. So I'm going to finish. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I would like to remember to all of you this here in Florence, and we will welcome all of you here, and looking forward to meet all of you in person. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. How do you evaluate the soil thickness in your simulation?
Yes, this is a good question. We have developed some years ago, and Samuele Segoni, which is, I'm not sure he's attending, is one of the other. We have developed a model, a semi-quantitative model, empirical, based on empirical approach for the, let's say, the estimation of soil thickness. And this model is called GPP and is mainly based on the use of geomorphological data. Okay, so mainly slope gradient, curvature, and also in the type of lithology. And we use this very simple approach, empirical approach, to estimate the soil thickness in the study area. I don't know if Samuele Segoni is here, want to add something.
Yes, I'm here. Do you mind if I add a comment on that, Veronica? Oh, thank you. Actually, it was my PhD thesis to develop this method to try to understand the spatial variability of soil thickness, because this is a clever question, because it's very tough to estimate this parameter over very large areas. Of course, it is a simplified approach, not 100% perfect, but it can provide some estimates, and with validation, you can characterize the uncertainties. And so inside a probabilistic application like the one showed by Veronica, you can input the soil thickness as a mean value and a range of variabilities. Portrayed very nicely, and similar to my talk, we see here that it's not a 1, 2, or 3 year research. This one,
No,
this is the latest outcomes on a very, very long
yeah, sure.
line of research, right? Can you comment on that, Veronica? I think it may
Yes,
be
yeah.
interesting.
We started with physically based modeling for a PhD thesis of our colleague Guglielmo Rossi, which is the, let's say, the one who firstly developed the model. And maybe it was 2011, and when we start this work. And since that, we are trying to implement the model and to try to use this model for real-time purposes. But it's quite difficult to use a physically based modeling for real-time purposes, since, as highlighted, we have before to test how the model is working during different rainfall events. And firstly, we have to validate the result of the model. And this is the main problem, the validation. And our approach to use a probabilistic analysis, I mean, using the Monte Carlo simulation, is solving another problem related to uncertainty of, for example, of parameters. But we have still a lot of work to do concerning these issues related to the input data and validation and calibration of the model.
Thank you. Very interesting. Yes, thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Yes. Just I wanted to ask you about the first example, the one in Val d'Aosta. You mentioned that you carried out 12 survey points.
Yes.
What kind of data did you achieve from those 12 points, and how did you choose those? Which criteria for choosing those 12 points out of a so wide territory? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question. So this is a distributed modeling, so we cannot measure every meter, I mean the geotechnical parameters. So we have to select some measuring point. And since we have somehow to specialize the data to feed the model, we have decided to specialize the data according to, let's say, lithology of the study area. Okay, so we have decided the survey point based on the different lithologies of the bedrock. Yes, it could be, I mean, this could be not let's say, you can move some critics to this, because we are not sure that, let's say, the soil deposits over the bedrock is somehow reproducing the real characteristics of the bedrock. But this is one of the approach that we are following. And after selecting these 12 points, depending on the different bedrock lithology, we have been there to measure in situ parameters, especially through in situ instrumentation, and the shear strength and the saturated permeability. And then we have sampled some soils to do the classical geotechnical laboratory tests, like grain size analysis, Atterberg limits, and so on.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I got one question to be asked. Hello.
Yes.
Now, in your presentation, even the root depth, was it to be a parameter in the analysis? Vegetation, this thing, when you are taking it along with that.
So sorry, can you repeat the question?
See, when you have a vegetation on the slope, when it's going to, the root depth also has got will play a part, is it not? Vegetation root depth.
The depth of the root of the is not taken into account. We know that the depth of the root is changing depending on the type of vegetation, but we have not taken into account the depth. This is anyway an important issue, since in many cases the depth is reaching the bedrock. So let's say the strength is increasing, but we don't have this information, so we cannot account for this information in the model because we don't have.
Because there is what is called the root soil interaction is there when the slope slides.
Yeah.
So the quantum of slope that is going to slide also depends on how far the root is going to play a role in preventing that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so along with that, then you have an interfacial friction between the rock and the soil when it slides down.
I'm not sure I understood your last sentence. Sorry, I cannot hear you very well.
Okay, I'm sorry. You see, when there's a slope failure that it is taking place in the landslide, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the material rests on the rock. Supposing, let us assume like that.
We are working on only with the soil, not with the rock, with not bedrock. Only with soil. Model developed for soil mechanics. We are not on shallow landslide involving just the soil above the bedrock.
Fine.
Okay.
Fine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? If anyone has any question? Okay, thank you so much. So let us move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Nilima Satyam. She is currently professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Indore. She has worked as an assistant professor in the Earthquake Engineering Research Center, IIIT Hyderabad, before joining IIT Indore. She is a visiting research scholar at University of Stuttgart and the University of Tokyo. And she is actively engaged in the field of seismic microzonation and landslide hazard forecasting, early warning, susceptibility mapping, and quantitative risk assessment. She is a fellow of JSPS, IGS, ISCT, and IEI, and she is presently the editorial board member of several reputed journals, including Nature Scientific Reports and Journal of Rock Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering. Ma'am, on to you.
Good evening, everyone. So today, my talk is on real-time monitoring of landslides with Indian case studies. Actually, we have extensively heard about the forecasting part. So I'd like to bring some of the examples where we have been working in Himalayan region and also in Western Ghats of the country, which is having a different geomorphological and hydrological aspects for landslide hazard. So I'm just taking two examples today with monitoring. So this is the overview of my presentation. So I'll be discussing whatever the work that we have been doing at IIT Indore, both on thresholds, rainfall thresholds, based early warning system. So what we have done is, like for a country like India, where we have such a diversified geotechnical and geological setup, so it is very difficult to do the monitoring. So what we have done is, like, we try to develop, or we want to find out the suitable forecasting model for the study region, and then using the validation, we instrumented the active slope in that study region, so that we can develop an operational early warning system. So that was our methodology. And here I'm just taking two examples. One is like Kalimpong, which is in the very extreme north of West Bengal state, and the second one is a Joshimath, which is an ongoing work. So wherein like both the regions have a different mechanism of landslides. In the Kalimpong, it is basically predominantly rainfall induced. We don't have much of the seismic activity there. So here we integrated the rainfall threshold, all the models, and then with the field-based monitoring system, so that a prototype forecasting tool can be developed. So in the second study area, which I'll be presenting today, that is a Joshimath. Of course, recently a lot of subsidence we see in the Joshimath region. So our site is actually not on the Joshimath town. It is around 25 kilometers from the Joshimath town, a village called Lambagar. So where like this area, we know that this region is seismically active in addition to rainfall. So what we have done is like we are working on the combined landslide part. So here, in addition to the rainfall thresholds, what we have done is like we instrumented the site both with the seismic monitoring, that is micro seismic monitoring, along with the ground displacement data. Then we are trying to integrate that with to develop again the landslide early warning system. Because for a country like India, where 15% of our landmass is highly vulnerable with landslides, and the landslide phenomena is very, very different from every side. So it is very crucial to understand which particular threshold model or forecasting model worked well, and then validation we can implement to develop the warning system. So this is, we know that there are majorly 4 components in the development of early warning system. So I'll be focusing, as I said, like monitoring and warning services. So when I look at the rainfall, which is more predominantly controlling for landslides in major parts of the country. So thresholds are generally conditions which define the state of change in any system. In case of landslide hazard, so exceeding a rainfall threshold condition can indicate that whether landslide will occur in that study region or not. So rainfall is very dynamic property similar to earthquake, wherein it's not just about rainfall intensity. We have different parameters of rainfall. So what we have tried to consider is like event rainfall, duration, and rainfall intensity. In addition to that, we also try to include the antecedent rainfall as well for developing our thresholds. So while event is actually the total amount of rainfall that happened during a specific duration, so intensity can be considered as the rate and then defined as a ratio of the event and the duration. So this is the first, for the first region, that is a Kalimpong. We applied all the threshold models starting from the empirical ID thresholds to the highly advanced algorithm-based model. And Dr. Shagoni already explained Sigma model, so we applied that on this Kalimpong region. So we got very good results with the Sigma model. So I won't go into details of all the threshold models which are applied for this particular study region, but I'll just give you what can be possible, because every different types of rainfall thresholds are widely practiced, especially when you look into the literature. So the most simplest one is the ID thresholds, and which is very, very empirical. And so we started with that because we didn't have much data when we started this study. And then, where like intensity, that is I, which is a function of both event and duration. So they are basically can be replaced with the E3 thresholds. So both ID and ED thresholds, they consider only the triggering rainfall conditions, which can be immediately before the occurrence of the rainfall. So then, we try to look at what is the effect of antecedent rainfall thresholds, and Sigma model, they consider the long-term rainfall as well. And then we also applied Bayesian one-dimensional, two-dimensional probabilistic methods, which is possible to consider what is the effect of both triggering and the non-triggering events. Then we implemented process-based models, which require extremely precise data, which is like site-specific data. And the thresholds are defined based on hydrological models and the stored stability analysis. So all these models have been applied to understand the efficiency of the suitability and efficiency of a particular model on the study regions. So when we look at this, what is the need for deriving multiple thresholds? Like, the choice of the rainfall thresholds is very, very critical. As like, every study area is very unique with respect to its geological, hydrogeological, and geotechnical parameters. And whatever the method that is suitable for one region may not be best for the another region. So we have to do the detailed analysis if you really want to develop an early warning system for that particular region at whatever the scale. And to understand the best student model, what we did is like we first derived the threshold condition using multiple approaches, and then we did a quantitative comparison. So among all these one, so validation, as I said, like we did with the actual ground data. And the quantitative comparison is also based on the confusion matrix, and preferably on a data set which is like different from the one that we use for calibrating. So we use the extensive data set for both calibration and also for training the data. So this is a methodology. Actually, for the Kalimpong, we try to develop a local scale because the area is very, very small. And this is the first study area where we started it up. So actually the work has been started in 2016. And since then, like we have been monitoring the active landslide region. And we started the work on forecasting. Of course, this has been supported with the DST. And then the study area was predefined by them. So when we conducted a lot of field investigations, including geotechnical and geophysical, to identify the location of the monitoring, because even within the 32 square kilometer area, monitoring that region is not at all economically feasible. So what we did is like in that region, we have considered a critical part of the slope where there was like huge ground movement has been observed in the past. So historical data was also been considered. And this adopted methodology included not only the temporal aspects of forecasting, as the study was a local scale, and we initially different rainfall thresholds we derived, and then they have been integrated with the field-based data so that the performance of the model can be achieved. So this is the study area. Actually, this is one of the very interesting and tourist place. So as you see, that is on the extreme northeastern part of the country. And this is like a tabletop, a curved tabletop kind of thing, wherein on either side, you do have like there's a river flowing on both the sides at the two. So we have Raleigh River and the Teesta River on both eastern and western sides, and this sloping on either sides towards the river. So this is actually our monitoring area. So the red color is this is part of western slope, where the slopes are very, very fragile. You can see the dots, white dots, they are the structures that have been there. And the white line is the track line where we track from top to bottom of the slope. And there were some blue streamlets. These are the streamlets that are joining together. And you can see a lot of erosion along the slope as well. And what we have done after doing a lot of field visits and other investigations, and this is a very, very challenging site for us, because here people were not speaking the Hindi or commonly spoken languages in the country. So they were speaking a Nepali kind of language, which is very difficult for us to start this work and communicate with the locals. So the orange one is the area where we monitored, where we instrumented the slope. So this is actually the drainage map of this Kalimpong town. And if you see, you can see here, this is the area where we finally decided to monitor. And this is some of the slopes. Every year, the farmers are losing land, and they're really literally becoming, laborers in some industrial area in Calcutta. So it was been very difficult. It's not only property loss or infrastructure damage, etc., etc. It's the area is basically suffering with the loss of land. So this is the drainage map. So what's happening is people were, the built up area has been increasing with the time. And as I said, this is a tourist attractive place, and it's on the hilltop. So, and also it is an educational hub in that region. So what's happening is a lot of constructions has been happening along the slopes on both the sides, eastern side and western sides. So because of the construction or the built up area also, these streamlets, so they locally call it as a local name as Zoras. So these streamlets are gaining energy, and there is a lot of erosion has been observed along the slopes. And then, as I said, we started doing this thresholds for forecasting. So we started with the conventional thresholds, wherein we have seen a lot of false alarms, high number of false alarms has been observed. And then what we have done is we want to improve the performance of these thresholds. So to reduce the false alarms or the missed alarms, so that efficiency and sensitivity can be improved. So, and also that is integrated with the field monitoring and the process-based models. So I won't go on these things because most of this work has been published. So I'll just go and focus more on the monitoring part in this particular presentation. So the second one is like we applied 2-dimensional and 1-dimensional probabilistic approaches because these probabilities are determined using the available rainfall and the landslide data. So as I said, like Bayes' theorem has been applied and the rainfall values are collected from the automatic rain gauge, which has been there in that region, but the Tista 9th mile, which has been operated by GSI. That was our starting point. And then immediately when we started the project, first thing that we had done is like we put our weather station and the rainfall parameters that's used for calculating the probability are the mean rainfall intensity, rainfall duration, and the event rainfall. Then the probabilities are determined using 1-dimensional and 2-dimensional. So the entire methodology for calculation of the probability, you can see here, like for 1-dimensional probability, it determines the conditional probability. And again, let the count of the rainfall events for a particular time period has been considered, and then the probabilities will be calculated. In the third one, the hydrological model, we applied the flyer model, and wherein it will calculate a mathematical function, and it is a site-specific function. And based upon that, what we have done is like initially this we have done this particular calculation of this mobility function. We have done using the past data, that is like 2016 data. So wherein like there was a major landslide that happened in 2050. So that particular data we have considered and established this mobility function at that for that site. And then that data we use for the next year data, like 26 and forward. The basic important point here in flare model, I can say that which is more attractive, is like it gives a real-time alarm kind of thing. As you see here, when we applied this value or this for 2016, because rainfall is continuously coming because we put a weather station by 2016. So when we get rainfall, so the mobility function will be automatically calculated, and then we can give this different levels of alarm, alert, or attention. So what we have decided is like for this particular region, we got almost like 4.72 or something mobility function value for Kalimpong. So what we have done is like 0.8 times of mobility function. We try to create it as an alarm, then 0.6 alert, and 0.4 times of the mobility function as the attention. So this is coming giving us every 10-minute data. So this graph is keep updating every 10 minutes. So based upon the values, we can give the alert. Local administration can give the alert or issue the alert. And then the other important thing what we have done is like we applied the process-based models like TRIGRS. So wherein like, TRIGRS is a numerical model which computes whatever the changes that happens in the pore water pressure and the consequent changes of the factor of safety because of the rainfall infiltration. So it uses an infinite slope model for evaluation of the factor of safety in each pixel or in each mesh. And this application we use for historical rainfall scenario to compare the results with whatever the available landslide database that we got it. For landslide database also, like it's been like a big exercise. I can say that, students spent almost 6 months to prepare this database, and the rainfall events, whatever we have chosen as inputs for calibration, it was from 2015 event. As I said, like there was on 1st of July 2015 in the area like Chibo in this Kalimpong, there was a major landslide that happened. So we have taken that value as an input for calibration. And then, during that period, like whatever the more than average, the cost almost like, several landslides happened around 18. So we have taken those values for calibration, and then forecasting has been happened for the years from 2016 onwards. And then, Sigma model, I'm not going in detail because already notation. So we applied this, considered the spatial distribution of the rain gauges and also the landslide data. So Sigma model, we got a very good efficiency. And what we have done is like we integrated this Sigma model the development operational warning system. So warning system. It's with true positive and false positive and false negative and true negative values. So we did like, then what we have done is like comparison of this model with other to develop an early warning system for this particular region. So we have choose the western part of the slope, which the Chibo region, where there was a severe landslides are happening frequently in that region. So this is the slope where we instrumented initially we put around 6 locations, we instrumented the site. And so we started getting the data to our server at IIT Indore. And then we started looking at the data, trying to understand the different parameters, because along with the 6 locations, we also put 6 different locations for soil moisture content, etc. So all the years like 2016, we discarded the data because we instrumented post-monsoon. So because we don't have the data of pre-monsoon, so we discarded that. So since 2017 data, we started analyzing it and trying to see the ground signatures. As you see that we had a volunteer who was sending us frequently every year during the monsoon and after the monsoon, a lot of pictures from the site. So we try to correlate the ground behavior with the real-time monitoring data as well. So this is the data that we have collected. There was a lot of interesting things have been observed from the data, because in 2017, when we compared 2018, the rainfall was lesser. But number of landslides was very, very high. So there was a lot of because it's not just only the rainfall intensity that need to be correlated or can be considered. So what we have done is like we try to look at the other parameters of rainfall, including the antecedent rainfall here, and trying to see which sensor, which location has been giving data, and of course the tilt rates have been measured, and trying to correlate the values. Then we want to increase the performance of these models. So what we have done is like we integrated the empirical models with the real-time data in the starting to understand the efficiency. So algorithm-based approach, like empirical model, lag time, critical tilt rate has been tried to consider, so that finally for performance of this warning system. Done is like until 2021, we have tried to use the data for building this or integrating with the thresholds. And later from 22, what we have done is like we use the 22 data only for validating our warning system. So this is again integration of the Sigma model with our real-time tilt data. So you can see here ED thresholds when with the tilt meter data. So we try to look at the efficiency by plotting AUC curves, and then Sigma with the tilt also, so which was giving us highest efficiency. So this is the efficiency and likelihood ratios, the attributes which generally we use for statistical comparison of different rainfall thresholds. So for Kalimpong specifically, though we apply different thresholds and try to see which one is giving us less alarms, less false alarms. So what we observed was when we integrated the Sigma with the real-time tilt data, so it's performing well, and which we can be proposed as a satisfactory component in landslide early warning system development. Then both short-term and long-term rainfall scenario, and whatever the tilt rates and the tilt rates, hence whatever the issues, they were having very, very less false warnings. So because number of false alarms should be as minimum as possible, because finally using the warning system may lose the confidence. So it is better to have zero warning system. That's how we started with. Currently, we are working on this, developing an automatic alert system, which is based on prototype forecasting framework. So coming to the second one for this this presentation, this is the Joshimath. So we started this one last year. So this is actually here. It's not there. We don't. In addition to the rainfall, we have snow. First rainfall follows, then snow follows, and then you may have an earthquake. So we would like to consider this combined hazard. Actually, whatever for Western Ghats. Of course, I'm not talking about the Western Ghats part here because of time constraint. So, and the local scale complex framework, which is suitable in most of the Himalayan regions. So our site was on Uttarakhand. So basically in Uttarakhand, we have initially selected the complete Chamoli district. And even in the Chamoli district, then we narrowed it down to a Lambagarh village, which is around in this data collection phase we needed. So what we have done the first hazard zones and technically induced landslide hazard zones in the entire state, and then we evaluated the distribution of rainfall. Because again, I should acknowledge the support from the government of India or the DST for supporting this particular research. That time, they just gave us like, you just do in Uttarakhand. But in Uttarakhand, again, it was very difficult to choose. Based on these observations, finally we selected Joshimath and we instrumented the site in July 2022 and June 2022. Since July, we something around 6th or 7th July, we keep getting the data. So unlike Kalimpong, where we had only tilt and moisture meter, here what we have done is that we have a stronger network of sensors. So that have been carried out much better way after conducting aerial survey, like we have done the drone survey and the detailed slope stability analysis also. So, and this helped us in identifying the critical slip surface, and that will help us to selecting the slope in Lambagarh, because most of the slopes in this region have been already mitigated our site on the virgin slope. So then we have like put some boreholes, and then we have sensors both in the boreholes and on the surface also. So since the location along this Chardham Yatra road, which is very, very predominantly significant road, so we would like to install a camera at the site. So we install that to study the influence of vibration that is induced because of some construction, because a lot of vehicles move in this road. So that is also been under monitoring now, so that the ambient vibrations because of the vehicular movement can be considered. The first step that we have done is like in the entire state of Uttarakhand, 80% area is mountain ranges. So and also it is highly seismic region. So the studies were further extended, to demarcate the regions which are most susceptible to slope failures because of earthquake shaking. So what we have done is like we applied the modified Newmark model, which incorporates the rock joint properties, which has been employed in this analysis. And it is found that the Joshimath region of this Chamoli district has the highest susceptibility to post-seismic landslide hazards. So this has been already published. And then after that, what we have done is like we have done this parametric data. So we have taken a lot of slope angle, iris intensity. So all the data we have considered, and we applied the Mount Carlo simulations to find out the modified Newmark model has been applied. Probabilistic physical modeling has been carried out. And then as I said, again, we applied the thresholds. So I'm not putting all the details of the thresholds. So we applied the threshold values, like rainfall thresholds have been done for this Chamoli district, and probabilistic, again, two-dimensional probabilistic. So for the entire district, we have done on the regional scale. So then this is again, Sigma model has been applied. So this is actually the Chamoli district. In Chamoli, this is the Joshimath town. Wherein we have observed a large number of slides have been occurred, which has been reported in GSI reports also. So also we had a collaborator from the BRO. So they are supporting agency basically for selection of the site and the local support, which has a lot of robust presence in that region, because this region is very, very challenging, especially to instrument and other things. We face a lot of issues. Of course, that has been covered up. In this region, the Joshimath or Badrinath or Joshimath Malari road was selected for the study, and which is a part of NH58. And then, it is very, very important, significant roads, as they both have military and also the pilgrimage importance. Every year, a lot of people, go to these places. On both these roads, every year, a lot of landslides or several landslides have been reported. So what we have taken is like initially the identification of the site was been a bit difficult. So we started with, we freeze 6 sites initially to instruments on different sections of the road. And then finally we have located one based upon different factors, including the safety and electricity availability, etc. These were the 6 sites initially we selected. So finally, Lambagat slope has been considered. So this is a slope which has been there in the site number 6. So, as I said, like the selection of site had several factors into instrument safety, maintenance also, and electricity availability, and nearest to the village or the town, because we need somebody as a volunteer who can help us the day-to-day information and the accessibility to the site I'm shown here. And then later we have done the different drone surveys. These are the location of the as well as been considered instruments. Also, you can see here different. This is the slope from both sides on here. This landslide zone. So this is that for the 6 different sensors, still sensors. In addition to that, we have inclinometers, extensometers, and the piezometers as well. So coming to the conclusions, so just to brief it up, so what we have been doing is like we are trying to do the landslide forecasting and monitoring. We are integrating both to develop an operational early warning system. So I can say that this is the first kind in the country wherein like extensively forecasting, all the forecasting models have been applied and validated through the real-time ground signature data, and then to develop an operational warning system. So in addition to these 2 sites, we have been extensively worked on Western Ghats, predominantly for the debris sites. So interested can contact me. I'll be very happy for any discussions or the collaborations. So with that, thank you so much. I can take some questions. Yeah, if there is any questions, I'll be very happy to answer.
Yeah, so one small clarification I would like to have from you, madam. Like what they do for the earthquake microzonation. Now, are we trying to do even that sort of a zonation for landslide area?
Microgenation, basically, it was started, the first microgenation in 2006 has been done for Delhi when that's part of my PhD. So, but sir, it has been done only for urban centers as of now. So even in the northeastern states, like if I say that Aizawl, so what has happened was like, along the slope failures were being considered in microgenation. So the microgenation, I'm just taking some examples of hilly, northeastern hilly terrain region, urban centers. So if I say Aizawl, yes, landslide was also being considered in preparing the hazard map.
Okay.
Ma'am, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, it was a very good session all through the day. Ma'am, I have just one basic things. That means this the process of landslide forecasting and early warning is basically an integral approach. Means it is purely based on instruments and monitoring. Is it so? No? That
yeah,
means
it's basically yes.
That means, say for example, for any road project in a hilly area, so I have some basic query on that. How will you identify the location which need to be it need to be instrumented for its further forecasting as well as early warning to that area? That means, do we have to have some prehistoric landslide occurrences or hazard map based on GSI or something like that?
Yeah, exactly. GSI has developed some maps. They also went for 1:10,000 map as well now. But the problem, what I observed personally, in 2018, when a lot of several landslides happened in the Western Ghats, especially Idukki and Wayanad were my study regions that time. So it has been completed. So that time, the maps were the susceptibility maps that whatever we had or available in the country, they were not as per whatever happened on the ground. They were exactly happened at a different location. So there's a lot of changes or differences we have with the susceptibility maps that we have at present. Basically, maybe because of limited data or maybe because of scale, whatever. So, but this particular study, what we are trying to do is at a regional or the local scale. Why? Because we are more interested in developing a warning system in a kind of urban kind of where several people are there.
Okay.
And coming to our monitoring selection of the slope, as you asked, so we try to put it up on a virgin slope. That's what I said when we are doing the Rambagat also. So because most of the slopes have been already, somebody put a retaining wall or somebody put some other mitigation system already there. So what we don't want, because when you put when you really want to see how the ground is behaving or how the landslide movements are there. So for that, we would like to have it, even if you lose your sensor, at least like you need a data, right? How the behavior or to understand the mechanics. So we try to instrument on a virgin slope. So in Kalimpong, we lost, in one monsoon, we lost 2 sensors. Again, we instrumented at the same location. So all these things has happened. But this is finally monitoring the smaller region, a smaller part of the study region is basically to validate.
Okay.
Because monitoring for a larger area is not at all feasible.
Okay. No, ma'am, that's what I'm telling. Say, for example, in a new project where there is no such landslide vulnerability reported so far, but do you recommend to do any kind of instrumentation for monitoring of the area, and which will be useful for forecasting based on heavy rainfall or based on seismic prone activities, all that?
Actually, I think if you can do forecasting by taking the site-specific data, because forecasting in literature you have so many forecasting models. But when we applied the best one, whatever worked best in Kalimpong in the Western Ghats, it didn't work. So what I try to mention is like forecasting models also are site-specific dependent. So when we apply with whichever has having a higher efficiency, if it works, and that can be used, okay, because monitoring is not possible. In the district level also. See, in Western Ghats, what we have done is like, I didn't put it up in the panchayat level, we tried to make the susceptibility map. So because you said like GSI had some susceptibility maps already, but they are not working. So what we have done is like, we try to develop a dynamic landslide susceptibility map at panchayat scale. So that we have done it for all the district, complete district in Idukki and Wayanad. So it is a dynamic because it changes with the time.
Okay. Means real-time modeling.
So if we can develop that kind of thing at a panchayat level, because administratively panchayat will take care of it, right? So if we can develop at the panchayat level some dynamic susceptibility maps, I think that can be done. But how to validate that maps, we need a monitoring. That's what I would try to say.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Yeah, hello.
Yeah. That was a nice presentation, ma'am. I have a question, like, so each sensor, how much distance it could represent, like how much area we can consider as one as a representative? Like,
so actually in Kalimpong, so in Kalimpong, these sensors were communicating with each other. So it was around, I think if I'm not wrong, around 50 to 300 meters away. So which one? Okay. And,
meaning they are apart by 250 meters.
300 meters. Okay. For this particular
between
system.
Between the sensors.
Yeah, for Kalimpong, because the system I took it from Japan. So the second one is like for so for second region, what we have done is like for this Joshimath, what we have done is like we don't have a one system, complete system we didn't buy from anybody. What we have done is like we developed our software and we integrated, we bought sensors from different people, and then we try to integrate or something like that. So it is basically 10 meters.
Oh, 10 meters between each between the tilt sensors, ma'am.
They are not only tilt sensors. In Joshimath, we have a lot of other type of sensors also. That data I didn't present it here because we are still working on the data.
Okay, ma'am. So I was caring about something like optical targets. So before these tilt sensors, there are so optical targets have been used. Is it right, ma'am? Like optical targets, will will they give us any information for this landslide monitoring?
I didn't mention anything like optical targets.
Yeah, I have no. I have that doubt, ma'am. Like, of course, you didn't
No,
mention.
we didn't use it. We didn't use it.
Okay.
We didn't use it. What we have done is like, in the first one, we used only till sensors with the soil moisture. And then second one to develop an operational early warning. And the second one we instrumented, like, we made a bore log and because tilt meters on the surface of the slope. And
So tilt meters will give an information about 1 meter. I was
it's
going
actually
through that, like,
what we did. Tilt meters are not exactly on the surface; they are at the shallow. Okay, so we put the still sensors at 1 meter from the surface of the slope.
Okay. So you have used 6 sensors.
Starting we did, yes.
Yeah. Over how much area, ma'am? Like 6 sensors over how much area you have considered, ma'am, to install these 6?
Around the length of the slide, that's around 200 meters slope.
Okay. Length and height, ma'am? Like
Width also around half kilometer or something.
Okay. So 200 by 500, it's
Something
like
around,
6
yes,
sensors
yes.
you have used.
Yes,
Okay. 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 Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, have you done any studies on this Wayanad and what you call the Idiki landslides in Kerala?
Idiki and Wayanad, these 2 districts also we have done, but predominantly, sir, in these 2 areas, debris is more predominant. So we have done for debris part. And also, as I said, we developed the dynamic landslide susceptibility maps for the panchayat level. And all this work has been published, but in this presentation, I put only these 2 study regions.
Okay. Okay.
Ma'am, good evening, ma'am. Ma'am, can you lightly throw your knowledge on seismic performance analysis of landslides? Is it possible to do it on by using finite?
I don't think so because I don't use that FEM tools for hazard. Okay. At present, what we are trying to do is like we are trying to understand the co-seismic behavior.
Ma'am, is it possible to do seismic analysis?
The slope can be done. Slope analysis can be done seismically.
Okay.
But for landslides, I don't think so because there are several other parameters doing.
Yes, ma'am.
But slope, just for a slope, you can.
I will contact you.
Ma'am, one more just fundamental things. What should be your advice regarding the investigation which is to be integrated with instrumentation? What I mean to say, the instrumentation frequency should be substantiated with exploratory boreholes in each and every locations, or some zonation it can be done and accordingly it will be decided on that.
I think, sir, it can be done by doing some zonation. I am also part of building something like DPR preparation for Joshimath now as a slide expert. So I think this we can divide that region, and then maybe based on nation wise you can do that.
Okay. Well, that means based on the installed instrumentation and their parallelity, we can do some representative exploratory boreholes to get the data about that. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, my question is also regarding the sensors, like the previous colleague asked. Ma'am, how do we decide the depth?
Purchase is also a big thing. Okay, so initially what we had limited at 6 locations. So we applied some lateral location, I'm saying. Coming to the vertical or depth wise, what we have done is like we have done some slope stability analysis, because as a geotechnical engineer, when you go to the site, first thing we do is like collect the soil sample, right? So we also done that when we did it in Kalimpong, and based upon ERT, you will get the thickness of the overburden, right? So based on these studies, we decided the depth of the sensor.
Okay, ma'am.
Because the advantage with the tilt sensors is like you don't need to put it below your slip circle. Okay, you can put it on the surface also, right? Surface in the sense 1 meter or 3 meters, whatever. So above the slip circle also, because you just want the tilt rate of tilt.
in X and Y direction. Okay, so that way the tilt was okay. But if you want to put it other sensors, like you should know the slip circle. Okay, so yes, we did that analysis before doing the location X, Y, and Z both.
Hello, ma'am. So as
yes.
you're telling, tilt sensors has to be placed. It's better to be placed on the virgin soil. And let's say if some slope stability has been taken place, like say a slope has been constructed over that. How can we? So we can leave that sensor inside, ma'am, and how can we monitor that? Yes.
Say your virgin. Yeah, you are
Hello?
clear. What I said is not virgin. Hello? Am I audible?
Yeah, am I?
Yeah, your question is clear. I'm just trying to answer. What I was
Okay,
telling
I could
was
not
like,
hear you, ma'am.
No,
Can you
okay.
just repeat it?
No, I didn't start. I'm starting now.
Okay.
Okay. So what I said was like, we instrumented both the locations on virgin slope. What I mean that is like someone not virgin soil. I said virgin slope. So what I mean to say that is like, there is no retaining wall or something like that. No mitigation factors have been applied in that site. So coming to the tilt sensors, what we have done is like we put it at 1 meter from the surface.
Okay,
Hello?
okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, sure.
Hello.
Yeah,
Ma'am,
hello,
am I
yes.
audible?
Yes.
Ma'am, I have a question. As you are doing for the Joshimat region, so I have a query that this location is in main central thrust. So for doing the stability analysis of the slope, do we have to consider the intact rock, or we have to do only for the debris?
See, in that Joshimat region, I don't think so. You find a very intact rock. It's a crushed rock moss everywhere.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam, do you have any application from remote sensing?
No, we are not using any remote sensing at present for research purpose.
But
because we are going to the site and getting the real-time data. So yeah, remote sensing, because remote sensing can be applied for larger area, but my study is basically regional and the local scale. So
okay. But you have put up any monitoring station anywhere where the failure has taken place or where the landslide has taken place? Any monitoring station you have put in? From where you can get continuous data?
I didn't get you. What do you mean by that?
No, have you put up any monitoring stations over? Yeah, where you can get, from where you will be getting continuous data, No,
I'm getting the continuous data now also, no? I don't need that remote sensing part. Okay.
Yeah.
But we are getting the real-time data only. Every 10 minutes, we are getting the data of all the parameters.
Okay.
Including weather station data.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So what I'm trying to do is like I have a few. Dr. Shegoni, you have anything?
Yeah, thank you. If
Okay,
I may add a comment.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for your nice presentation, and we can see that there is a lot of work behind everything you showed us. My compliments for this very long and constructive research. And thank you also for showing also some results of our joint collaboration, in which we tried to join forces and to combine different approach in a single test site, which is basically all is about this workshop. The idea behind this workshop we are PhD students, mainly the Italian one, which are largely assisting this workshop. There are a lot of PhD students, and I would like to give an advice to them. Of course, when you are inside a PhD project, you mainly focus very deeply on a single topic, and this is of course correct and right. But if you go on with the academic career and with the research, my advice is to take a look around towards your colleagues and friends and try to build some bridges to make crossovers between different techniques, different ideas, and I think a very interesting perspective of on the research in general is when you apply ideas and techniques that were initially conceived for a given application, and you make a crossover into different techniques and different applications. It may open many doors, and so my suggestion is to focus also on integration of different techniques, because it may open many doors in the future. This was just a general comment for the PhD students.
So thank you so much, Dr. Shamal. So we are end of this today's session. I have two just information to share. All the presentations are recorded and it will be uploaded, and we'll share the details with all the registered participants. So that is my first point. And second point is like, thank you so much for continuous involvement of the participants. I see a lot of enthusiasm. And so we have a very interesting lectures tomorrow as well. And so we will be starting sharp at 1:30 Indian time, I think, which will be 8:45 Italian time, local time. So I would like to see you tomorrow again at sharp schedule, and we'll start as per the schedule at sharp at 1:30 Indian time and 8:45 AM Italian time. So with this,
I think,
like
sorry,
to close for today's session.
I think it's 9 o'clock AM.
Achha,
9 o'clock AM.
Okay. 9 AM
for the
Italian
Italians.
time and 1:30. Yeah, 1:30
9
PM
o'clock.
and for Indian time. So thank you so much again on behalf of myself and Dr. Samuel Chagoni. We would really thank for the active participation, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Bye, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.